WXXL HD1, Tavares, Orlando.
Initializing Johnny's house protocol. Positive vibes loading. Entertainment news loading. Random information loading. Sarcastic comments loading. Activating Hall of Fame protocol. Orlando's #1 morning show activated.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Wake up, get out of bed. I make sure the radio's the first thing I turn on when I enter my car.
Dude, it's a cool show.
It gives me an actual reason to listen to the radio. Y'all ready?
Hold on, get clear.
Orlando's #1 hit music station.
This is Johnny's house.
On XL 1067.
Good Wednesday morning, 6:02, and you are listening to Johnny's house. It is cold today, colder today than yesterday.
Yes, it's freezing.
This is ridiculous. It's going to be mostly sunny. That's nice. High of only 58, and it's going to be a little bit windy.
Now, the Johnny's House Entertainment News with Ray.
I feel like we're going to be talking about Friends forever. You know, like the show Friends.
Oh, the TV show. I still watch it.
Yeah, and it's on streaming platforms, so like a lot of people just, will rewatch it and everything.
It's on TBS. I'm not kidding you. About 12 times a day. It
Really?
starts, I think, at 10 a.m. and it runs all the way until like 6 in the evening.
Oh, nice.
Every single
So you could
day.
just have it playing.
Yeah.
But David Schwimmer says that Friends fans still yell a certain line or a certain word to him.
Let me guess.
Go
'cause
ahead.
I'm a Friends nerd.
Go ahead.
We were on a break.
Okay, so
If
that's
not-
one of them.
If not, it's pivot.
Yes. Yeah, okay, so you're right. You're right. So if this was trivia, you would have nailed it. But he said, no doubt he gets a ton of people saying we were on a break. The one thing that people really do that's like aggressive is the pivot thing.
Every time we move any piece of furniture, I do yell
yeah.
pivot
Oh my
because
gosh,
of that
that's
episode.
so funny.
Oh,
but
from the couch, the stairs.
When they're
Yes,
stuck on the couch.
yes,
yes.
And he had a diagram.
Yeah.
And then he
Yeah.
brought the couch back and it was cut in half. And he's like, I'd like to return this. She goes, sir, this couch is cut in half. He goes, this couch is cut in half.
So this interview was on Good Morning America if you want to check out the full thing. But he adds that hearing people tell him how much the show meant to them makes him feel like actually really good. He's like, I'm really grateful and blessed to have done something like that people find fun and still talk about.
It's weird that it's still pretty topical, even
Yeah.
though it is so old. Like
Yeah.
you don't think about it being that old.
Yeah. Speaking of old, there are some movies that turn 50 this year.
Oh,
So
boy.
if this is going to make you feel old, there's a list of movies that turn 50.
Well, they older than me, so this probably won't make me feel old.
Okay. So Jaws.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I remember Jaws. It didn't hit me like it hit everybody else. You know, that was a horror movie. People
Yes.
were actually afraid to go in the ocean.
Yeah.
I know. I just love that ride so much over at
The ride
Universal.
was
The
great.
ride was so
I'm
good.
still sad they took that away.
Tommy? I don't know if you watched that one.
I never heard of that.
I'm trying to find ones that people have talked about. Nashville,
No, never.
Cooley High.
No,
Let's see. The Rocky Horror Picture Show.
You know,
That's a big one.
I've never seen that.
Really?
No, I know that was huge here in Orlando. It was huge for a long
Yes, it
time.
was.
They had an interactive one
The
every
show.
weekend, but
Yeah.
I'd never seen it.
And then One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest was actually a good movie.
I've heard of it, never seen it.
It's pretty good. You got to check it out. Speaking of movies, this is actually pretty cool. Cinemark theaters, they're letting people bring their own bucket for popcorn.
Oh
Did
my
you
God,
see this?
I saw that.
Yeah,
I
so
saw the headline. Yeah.
January 19th. So it can't be more than 400 ounces, people, which is massive.
How am I
But
supposed to know what 400 ounces is?
I
though?
don't know. But popcorn buckets obviously became a thing like in pop culture last year because everybody
Yeah.
was coming out with them with the movie.
Yeah.
But now they're actually talking about how they're on National Popcorn Day. You can bring your own bucket. That's their promotion. And so you can bring any kind of container
Yeah.
and you can fill it for just $5.
Oh, this is going to make the bucket industry just boom.
So this is like, well, you're supposed to be super creative and bring something
Yeah.
random. Like 7-Eleven does this with Slurpees.
Yes. Yeah.
And so for years, my son and I would go and like I took a construction helmet one year.
Yeah.
Like you find anything you can find that's a container that can hold
Oh,
is what you can
yes.
bring. So it's really for social media because how creative can you
Absolutely.
get?
Yeah.
I mean, you could bring a work boot and fill it up with, popcorn, whatever.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
So-
that's still a lot of popcorn, and that's pretty cheap because if you go to the movies, sometimes it's pretty expensive and it adds up. So if you bring something massive, they said, like I said, 400 ounces, too big, which is about 3 gallons.
3 gallons. Okay.
3 gallons.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good gauge.
Hold on,
So-
though. Can I get seconds?
They
Probably
said
for $5 more.
Yeah.
But still,
It
that's a
can't be
deal.
larger.
real.
They said it can't be larger than 2 extra large popcorns.
Okay.
Which is massive.
That's
It
fair.
is.
So January 19th, go ahead and get you some popcorn.
Whatever you bring though is gonna get ruined with butter. Just
Yes.
keep in mind, you ain't reusing it.
Yeah.
So it's gonna get all messed up. So, well, we will tell you what happened with us over the last 24 hours. Yes, the show sounds a little weird today. Johnny is out, but the house is still here.
Yes.
Ew.
Just a little weird, and we'll see if we can keep it going for you. So we'll get you an update coming up next. We're here on XL 1067 in Johnny's house.
Hey, it's Johnny on XL 1067. Listen, they're talking about inflation, but you know what? We got you. We're going to pay your bills right here on XL 1067. Your chance to win $1,000 13 times a day, every hour. Set a reminder right now. It starts Monday, January 13th. Paying your bills right here on XL 1067.
Direct from Hollywood with Ryan Seacrest.
Good reviews on Nikki Glaser hosting the Golden Globes on Sunday with an opening monologue that's among one of the best in recent award show histories. And Nikki readily admits it's an opportunity she would have never had if she hadn't previously stole the show at the roast of Tom Brady. And while the jokes at Tom's expense paved the way for her, learning about how the QB approached game prep while she wrote her roast jokes also helped a lot. She tells Deadline, I learned how I need to approach these big moments. Before Tom's roast, I approached everything with the same kind of seriousness. I don't know how to work efficiently. I would run myself
everything sound
ragged
okay with
and
y'all?
have a
Y'all can hear
mental
everything
breakdown
okay?
before them. I put so much pressure on myself, I would have no
We
rest.
messed
Tom
up
Brady
all kinds of
inspired me to
settings
be
yesterday
gentler
on this
on
test thing,
myself
and
and
we try to get
flexible
it
with
back to
things
normal.
to allow myself to get that rest. Nikki Glaser there, the words of her. You can relive the Golden Globes monologue. It's on Paramount Plus.
I was talking to you.
That's direct from Hollywood.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus.
That's fine. You're allowed to
Apply
hear
by
Ryan.
February
It's the
12th
music you're
and
not allowed
get
to
your
hear.
application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in in-demand fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills and credentials you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Celebrate 2025 with Greenway Kia. We're giving away not one, not two, but 3 brand new Kia K4s. Visit any of our 3 locations to enter for your chance to win. Greenway Kia, East, West, and North. Lease a new Kia 2025 Kia K4 for just $199 a month. Greenway Kia, 3 locations, 1 great experience. GreenwayKias.com.
Lady Gaga and Bruno Mars, Die With a Smile, XL 1067, Orlando's #1 hit music station. You are listening to Johnny's House on a Wednesday morning. It is a cold Wednesday morning, 6:21. I think it's going to be cold. Probably, I think I looked, and so today is going to be cold. Tomorrow's going to be colder. And then 67 on Friday.
Well, that's not
then
bad.
back into the 50s on Saturday and Sunday.
Oh my.
So it's like,
Weird.
I don't know. We complained all summer about how hot it was.
I know.
And now, literally a day and a half in, we're complaining about how cold it is.
I feel like
So-
I would take the hot over the cold though. If it was just me, if I was just, I don't know.
It's so hard because we have both ends like brutally done right now.
Yeah.
It's super cold and it's super hot.
I think for long term, I would take the hot.
Yeah.
For short term, I think cool is a little nice.
Yeah.
This is a bit excessive though.
It is.
No, for sure.
You can't do anything in this.
I
I was
literally
telling you guys yesterday, I was supposed to start like getting my steps in and working out because part of my lose 15 pounds by May. It's too cold.
I feel that, bro.
It's too cold.
I don't want to leave.
Sorry, it's just too cold. Can't do it. Sorry. So yesterday I spent a couple of hours here working with one of the big tech corp engineers.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out some back end stuff with the live stream, which by the way, you should totally watch on YouTube every day. We do stream the show live, so you can actually watch the show while you listen to the show. It's pretty cool. So we worked on that for a few hours, and then I got home, and my son is trying to learn the radio ropes because he works here now.
Yes.
And so I spent some time with him working on an air check so he can give it to the higher ups so they can hear what he would sound like on the radio because he's trying to be on the radio. So if you want to hear my son on the radio, tell JJ Rice the Rice Man to put him on the radio. We have space in the overnights because we're so short staffed. Like there's no one to work here anymore. So yeah, I told my son, I was like, this is the time, boy.
Seriously.
Yeah, hustle. And everyone's like, well, he's your son. He'll work hard. I'm like, he's still learning the work hard part, but he's
He
a good
will.
kid,
He
though.
will.
So he's trying. So I did that for a little bit. Then I dozed off on the couch because my wife was out working. And then when she got home, we were just so lazy. It was so late. We ordered pizza and watched some Bear and Sea Gold.
Good.
I love that.
That's a good night.
And that's pretty much it. My son had a little date, so he wasn't home.
Oh.
Yeah, so what about you, Ray? How was your day yesterday? You had some tryouts.
I did. Yeah. So I went home yesterday. I tried to get like a nap in, but I just started doing stuff around the house. So that didn't happen. Then I had therapy, and then I did have tryouts last night for Leonardo, and it was so cold.
Yeah.
They were all were so bundled up. They look like little meatballs running around the baseball field.
That's kind of not cool for tryouts because you can't be your best.
No.
When it's
Yeah.
freezing like that.
Yes, and I think the coaches they all knew that because
Yeah.
they didn't even want to be out there, and the kids were trying to jump and do jumping jacks to keep warm.
Yeah.
But they did it really quick
Yeah.
so they could get out of
How
there.
did he do? Did he do well?
He did good.
Okay.
Yeah, he did good. So
Good.
we'll see. He's gonna make a team no matter what.
Right, of course.
And he's so it was fun.
Right. You're just trying to get mommy retirement money, when you get to the
Oh
Major
my
League Baseball level.
gosh.
That's all.
I don't want to put that pressure on him.
I
No,
know.
invest in your children.
Yeah.
I
Put
know.
hard work in now so he can let you retire later.
Look what Brian's doing to his son. Let's go.
Yeah, I tried that with football. He didn't quite make it. So now we're moving to radio. And
Yeah.
radio is a get rich slow scheme.
Yes,
So,
very much.
I'm 25 years into it and it ain't getting no faster.
Yeah.
No reason. What about you?
So yesterday I had picked up a shift, so I worked at the massage job number 2.
And that's a get rich fast scheme.
Yeah, it is.
Man, it's tiring. Like
I'm
yesterday,
sure.
so like whenever I don't have clients, I will nap on my bed. It's a massage therapy thing. And I didn't set my alarm to wake up, because I have to do it every 30 minutes to make sure that I didn't get a client or something, right? And I didn't set my alarm. And bro, I woke up, I was drooling and everything. I was so deep into a nap, but I woke up 5 minutes before I had a client had booked on the spot.
At least you woke up and they didn't walk
No.
into you going, "Garr."
Seriously.
For sure. I was like, I needed a nap desperately.
I could see how you could easily fall asleep though, because it's the smell is nice.
Bro,
the,
aromatherapy,
yeah.
the bed is heated.
Yeah.
We got the sound playing. I'm like, I'm gonna take a nap real quick.
Yes.
Hold on.
good for
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, I think I'd fall asleep for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
definitely.
I went home and I finished up putting everything down for my Christmas decorations. And I really just don't know what to do with my tree. I think I'm just gonna leave it in the back patio and just
Is it real or is it fake?
No, it's real.
It's real. Okay. Well, it ain't gonna live for forever.
I don't know. Let's find out.
I growing up, we had a friend down the street that they planted their tree every year.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah. I look, I don't know how it works because I never had a real tree, but I know some of their trees were in the side of their house for a while.
But it's like I'm on HOA property.
You can't be planting trees all willy nilly.
No.
You can get a giant pot and put it on your back.
I give it love though. I give it love. So let's see how long it can last.
We'll see.
Go and play with it for a little bit.
Christmas all year at Narisa's house. Speaking of jobs, we're going to talk about how many jobs you've had in your life. There's a number out there, like the average number of jobs, and it went viral over the holidays. People listing all the jobs they've had on Instagram. So I went through and listed all of mine, and people were like, "What? I used to work there too." So we're going to find out how many jobs you have and where you have worked in just a little bit. Coming up next on Johnny's House. DJ Snake and Justin Bieber, 6:37 Wednesday morning. You are listening to Johnny's House. Going to be another cold one today. It's going to be about 58 for your high. It's going to be windy. And right now, Ray's what, 45-ish?
It is current at 39.
39?
39.
Praise.
Hace frío.
That's what my watch says.
Your watch says hace frío?
Yeah.
No. A bilingual watch? Look at you. Rich.
No, I got you for that.
I just look. I don't get much deeper than that. I know. I say frío, and in the summertime, I say calor.
Oh, good job.
And if it gets really hot, I say mucho calor.
What
I took 2 years of Spanish in high school, and I remember where's the bathroom. Obviously, Feliz Navidad.
Yeah.
I remember 5 of the 7 days of the week. And I know how to say it's cold and it's hot. That's it.
Yeah. And you know the word rápido.
2 years.
That's great.
You
I know.
played soccer.
I took 3 years of Spanish.
Mira. They always tell me that when they're open. And trust me, they're always open. Mira. Okay, I'll kick it to you. Damn. We were talking about this when we were putting the show together. And it's funny because Orlando just came out as the number 10 place to find a new job.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for a new job, you're in a good spot to do it. But there's a study that asked people how many jobs they've had. Nerys?
Yes. Oh, yes. Toss it to me. Yeah, no. So I looked into it because obviously all I ever do is work. So I looked up the statistics, and it says from the Labor of Statistics from the Bureau. The average American holds approximately 12 jobs over their working lifetime.
Okay.
And 5% of U.S. workers aged 25 and older hold multiple jobs simultaneously, which I am definitely in that category. I know a lot of us are.
Yeah, I've done. I don't do it now currently. Well, I hold multiple jobs in the same company, but But
Yes.
I've done outside at the same time as this before. Yeah, for sure.
And like it's crazy because you guys are seeing me do, my career job and then the side hustle job, and this is like not like new. I have been doing it like since out of college.
Yeah.
When I started my first job out of my my career, I wanted to do media. So I was Monday through Friday, I was doing the media job, but the weekends I was still doing massaging like since 2016. So this isn't new for me.
That's what I tell my son. Like, so he got out of high school. He's, dabbling in college, doesn't know what he wants to do, but he works at Publix and he wants to try radio. And I was like, well, you can't quit the other.
No.
Because radio isn't that kind of job. I had 2 jobs my first 4 years in radio.
Me too.
So like there's nothing you could do. Like you have to do both. And a lot of people just financially have to do both now. So I counted mine up. And actual jobs, I have 13 in my working career. So I'm just above the average. 12 is the average. I have 13.
Are you counting like
so
even
no,
like
I
the little
counted all of
side
them.
ones?
No, I've done some freelance stuff that I don't count, but
Okay.
like jobs where that was my job. One of them, like I have construction Gopher. That was my first job.
Okay.
It was for an actual company. Then I worked at McDonald's. Then I worked at Publix. And then I was a dishwasher at a fancy restaurant, Lake Mary. Then I worked at Target.
Ooh, that's fun.
Yeah, I was overnights. I unloaded trucks. Then I worked at Circuit City. And then I worked at the art center at the college that I went to in Texas at UNT. I was in the graphic design center. And then Best Buy when I got back here to Florida. And then my first media job was an internet radio company that was way before its time. I worked at this place called E-Radio Live, and we did streaming radio, but there was no apps yet for it.
Oh, wow.
So there was no way to monetize it. So the company that was backing it finally pulled the plug on it. I mean,
they were ahead of their time.
Way ahead. Dude, I would be a streaming radio gazillionaire right now if they would have stuck it out. Anyway, back to Best Buy again. Then I worked at an apartment management company, then Clear Channel when I got hired here. And I had both of those jobs at the same time. And then iHeartMedia. And I've done some side freelance stuff on the side, but those I don't count those. So 13 actual jobs since I started working at 16.
6, 7,
Well,
8, 9. I'm like counting mine. So far, like to the core, 9 of them. Yeah. Because before I graduated college, I was doing like a daycare party place where I would help like little kids with party decorations and stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And then I Publix. And then when I graduated college, I got the massage job. And then massaging. Then I got One Blood, and then the private media company, and then iHeart. I've worked with Magic, Orlando Pride, Valkyries. So it's not going to stop.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. It really doesn't.
Even up to like 2 years ago before COVID hit, I was writing for an advertising agency in town. So twice a week I would leave here and go sit on their creative meetings and help write commercials.
Yeah.
So like it doesn't end if there's a way to find a little extra dollar here or there. Like now, like I said, I work multiple jobs within iHeart.
Yes.
But I mean, I'm under the same company, so I don't count that.
Yeah.
Right. How about you?
Okay, so I started at 15 as well. I was working at the car wash in Lake Mary.
Right.
And then I moved on and I was a hostess at 3 different restaurants in Lake Mary.
So that's 3 jobs.
So yeah, that's 3 jobs. I loved being a hostess, but it was so boring.
I can't imagine you being the first, not that because you're a pretty girl, but you have a mean face sometimes.
Oh my gosh.
And as the hostess, you're the first face I see.
I know, but I was so accommodating and I was so helpful. I know. If you called up, I was very pleasant.
Maybe when you were younger, you hadn't that resting bitch face hadn't set in yet.
I wasn't tainted by the world.
Right, gotcha. Okay.
So 3 hostess jobs, and then I worked at Dragon Room as a shot girl on Church Street. So bless that place. And then I worked at Tijuana Flats for a while. While I was at Tijuana Flats, I worked at Harley Davidson for a little bit, and I was like the receptionist and worked in tag and title for Harley Davidson. But then I kept Tijuana Flats. I got hired at Clear Channel when it was Clear Channel.
Yeah.
So I had those 2 jobs, and then I dropped Tijuana Flats and I worked here, obviously. And then I started doing like YouTube videos.
Yeah.
And I was making pretty good money for a little bit, and then I stopped doing it.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to stick with it.
I
As soon as you stop,
know.
you start losing money.
Actually, that just like rung about like, so that's like entrepreneur. So that kind of counts.
You
too.
can count that as a job.
Yeah.
You can count that as a job. Because a lot of people work for themselves.
For sure.
Like
Yeah.
my wife does a bunch of side hustles, doing like party like trays and baking for people and setting up like themed events for people, but that's not a job for her, but she still does it on the side. So yeah, you can definitely do that. So how many jobs have you had, and can you list them all? We just basically ran through all of ours.
I know.
407-919-1067, 877-919-1067. You can hit us up on the XL Mobile. That's 41067 and hit send. That's powered by attorney Dan Newland. Or jump on our YouTube live stream and watch the show and chat along with us. How many jobs have you had in your working career? The average is 12. We're all pretty much right there. And how long have you been at the last one that you're at? That'd be interesting to find out. Hit us up. We'll find out next on Johnny's House. Sabrina Carpenter, XL 1067, a Wednesday morning, 6:53 a.m. You are listening to Johnny's House. Got to be another cold one today, only hitting a high of around 58, and we're still in the 30s this morning, which is crazy. Average person has had around 12 jobs in their working life. We're probably about on par with that in the room here. So I want to find out how many jobs you've had in your working life and if you can list them all. Francesca, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Oh my gosh, so tired.
So tired. Well, because you work a lot?
I've actually been off for the last 7 days. So.
Oh, yeah. So you're just in that resting mode.
Yes, I'm just hanging out, but I am getting ready for work, ironically.
So how many jobs have you held in your working career?
I can't list them all. Like I heard you say, can you list them all? No, it's in the 20s. So, a couple jobs here and there working fast food dollar store when I was in my teens. And then for some reason in my 20s, I could not for the life of me get out of the Seminole Town Center.
Really?
It's like you jump from place to place and like it's just one big recruiting center. Like you go, okay, yeah, this is cool. I want to work here. Okay, yeah. Oh, you want to work here? Yeah, I want to work here. Okay, leave this job for that job. And like you just swap jobs so much.
Man, the Seminole Town Center used to be the spot.
Yeah, it really did.
The best. It was the best. I had so many friends there. A couple office jobs, and then I'm a flight attendant, and I'm getting ready for that now. The thing is, I don't know why I had so many jobs and why people wanted to hire me, because whenever I was tired of a job, I would just say, peace, and they would never hear from me again. Like I could have died, and they don't know.
I ghosted one of my jobs once. The dishwasher at the fancy restaurant. I literally left on break and never came back. I'm like, I can't do this no more, man.
I would ghost that too.
It happens. But you love your job now. Flight attendant's a great job.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. I love a job where I can be myself, and I 100% am going to die here.
Where?
Let's hope not.
Yeah, where are you going?
I have a turn, so Montego Bay.
Ooh, enjoy.
See, things like that makes me
I don't even get to get off the plane. Okay? It's not that great.
I was gonna say that would also be kind of a double-edged sword, because you're landing in Montego Bay, but everyone else is getting off for vacation, and you're about to take off again.
All the flight attendants pray that the plane breaks down in Jamaica just so we can stay.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for calling, and enjoy going back to work. And you can take us with you to Montego on the iHeartRadio app.
Thank you.
Have a good one, Francesca.
Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Ray, what you got over there on social media?
Somebody is 42 and they've only had 4 jobs. They worked for their parents for a little bit at their restaurant. And then Carrie said, I'm 56. My first job was 16 at McDonald's. Then they worked at a rent-a-car place, UPS, SunTrust, and then their final job was the dental office.
Okay. XL Mobile, powered by Attorney Dan Newland. In Iraq, need a check. It's a no-brainer. Call Attorney Dan Newland. A lot of these people on the mobile have had very few jobs. Someone 4 jobs because they've had 16 years at their current job.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Someone's 32. They've been working since 15. They've only had 3 jobs.
That's insane.
Which is wild. Someone said they're 45. They've had 10 jobs, but 5 of those are with the same company over the last 22 years. And they have their own side hustle business. Then someone started their first job at Winn-Dixie at 16. They were there for 10 years and then 23 at their current. So only 2 jobs.
Wow.
That's so crazy. Nerese, what's the live stream saying?
Yeah, we got Jesse. He said, I've worked for 3 companies in my whole life, but the last job I worked for almost 14 years with 5 different official titles.
That's cool. So, I mean, a lot of people sticking with their jobs for a long time. Like I said at the beginning of all of this, Orlando in the number 10 spot for finding a new job. So if you're looking for one, you're in a good spot to do it. Ray, what you working on in celebrity news?
We got to talk about those massive wildfires that are happening in Los Angeles and the celebrities that are posting about it.
It is crazy. All right, we will do that after the weekend. And Ariana Grande, it's Die For You. It's on XL 1067 Wednesday morning, a cold Wednesday. And you are listening to Johnny's House.
WXXL HD1, Tavares, Orlando.
This is The Weekend.
Hey, it's Olivia Rodrigo.
Johnny's House, mornings. Orlando's #1 hit music station all day.
1067.
Orlando. Now, the Johnny's House Entertainment News with Ray.
So the big story this morning is the growing wildfire that is happening in the Pacific Palisades. And it has burned over 1,200 acres. And there's thousands and thousands of people that are evacuating as of right now.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now, this happens all the time. You hear about the wildfires, but I feel like this one, from everything I'm seeing and hearing, is probably way worse. And a lot of it's because of the winds.
Yes. Yeah. So what they're saying is that, they're trying to contain the flames. But like you said, the severe wind storms that are happening right now and the dry conditions are what is spreading like the wildfire.
Yeah.
So as far as like celebrities, there's James Wood. He shared like a huge video on Twitter or on X on social media saying that like his home is like, he had to evacuate. His home was like so close to the fire. Spencer Pratt and Heidi Montag, they're reality TV stars from like Laguna Beach, The Hills. If you watched it, they had to evacuate and they just confirmed that their whole house is destroyed. Wow. They just lost their whole home. Some other people that live in the Pacific Palisades where, this fire is breaking out. Tom Hanks, Rita Wilson, Miles Teller, Reese Witherspoon, Adam Sandler, Steve Guttenberg, Michael Keaton. So there's a lot of celebrities that are evacuating as of right now.
Yeah, the numbers are just going to keep growing up. I just looked at it. So they're almost up to 4,000 total acres now. They have 1,400 firefighters and first responders.
Yeah,
that are working. People are just abandoning their cars on the side of the road because fires are breaking out on the side of the road, and they're having to bulldoze the cars out of the way so the first responders can get through.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Ray actually brought it up this morning. Jade lives over there.
Yeah.
And if you listen to the show for a while back in the day, it was Johnny and Jade. She does Apple Music from over in LA now because that's where she's from. And she had to worry about it with her daughter at school yesterday. So we reached out so maybe we can get an update from her.
Yeah.
Like real time.
We'll see if she can.
It is really, really, we deal with hurricanes over here, but it's a little bit of a different vibe because it's kind of like it's coming, it's coming. These things kind of burst into flames and the winds take it everywhere and you don't know what's happened. It's wild.
The videos are very scary, but they're all over social media. And so, like I said, a lot of celebrities are posting that like they're evacuating and what they're going to have to do. Did you see this Paris Jackson, what she posted?
I did not.
Paris Jackson just hit a major milestone. She revealed that she is 5 years clean and sober after battling alcohol and a heroin addiction.
Wow.
I'm like, that is crazy. So she posted a video of herself like partying, smoking, and drinking. And she was talking about how she's now 5 years sober. And to those people that helped her on the journey, whether it was like the beginning, the middle, the whole time, she was like, thank you. I owe you my life.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine growing up as Michael Jackson's kid? And
no,
I mean, I know Michael Jackson's been gone for a while, so I think a lot of people don't even realize the circus that surrounded Michael Jackson. And then there was the question, are those really his kids and all that? It was just wild. I can't imagine.
I cannot imagine either. And you have, access to everything in the world.
Everything.
And so she did become addicted to drugs and alcohol, but she is 5 years sober, like I said. But now she's like, I get to make music. I get to experience the joy of loving my dogs, just like simple things like that she never enjoyed before.
She's super pretty.
She is, she's gorgeous. So congratulations to her. Pamela Anderson, did you see this? The story about her. She was attacked at a plane.
I didn't see that.
This was a while ago, but she was on the iHeartRadio's Happy, Sad, Confused podcast, which you can hear. And she said this one time she was on a flight and a guy came up to her and said, do you know what this country's done for you? And she was like, oh God, here we go. She's like, what have I done? And she looks back and he was like very angry. And then the stewardess had to like handcuff him to the chair because he was trying to attack her.
Oh my God.
Like it was just some dude that like, he ended up like, I don't know. He thought that like she was a Dixie chick. And so I guess he remember that whole like Dixie chick thing where like
and they changed her name to the Chicks because Dixie was racist.
Yes. And so like he thought that she was a Dixie chick and was attacking her on a plane, and she was like they had to handcuff him to a chair while we were like mid-air. I'm like, that is a wild story.
Yeah, and Google's free, dude. You can find out she's not a Dixie chick real easy.
Yeah.
Like seriously, before you attack someone, make sure. who you're attacking.
Yeah, so
or
then
just don't do it at all.
the new iHeartRadio app, if you want to check it out, that's the Happy, Sad, Confused podcast.
Yep, you can make it one of your presets. I mean, I'd do XL and Johnny's House, and then maybe the Happy, Sad, Confused.
Yeah,
that's the order I would do it in. All right, got weird stories that are also true. We will give those to you after Hosier and Two Sweets. A cold Wednesday morning. You're listening to Johnny's House. Hosier to Sweets, 7:09 Wednesday morning. You're listening to Johnny's House. It's going to be a high of 58 today. A little cold outside. We are not even into the 40s yet. Got some weird stories for you that are also true. So if you are a North Korean citizen and you were ever thinking about heading over and grabbing yourself a nice, tasty hot dog, you can't do it. You better think twice. Kim Jong-un has now issued a nationwide ban on hot dogs.
What? Stop. Why? Because they're fully processed.
No, because they're too American, right? Serving them is an act of treason. So hot dogs have become real popular in South Korea. And so he's afraid that it's going to seep over into North Korea. So anyone caught selling or cooking hot dogs in North Korea faces serious time in a labor camp.
No, that is insane.
Nah, that's not right.
So there's a list of stuff that's just normal to us that they consider bad influences. Western items, jeans, leather jackets,
come on,
microwaves, Bibles, designer shoes, sports cars, weed, obviously, iPhones.
What?
And then these make me laugh. Slang, porn, K-pop, and YouTube.
K-pop? That's like your culture.
Yeah, well, they don't like it because I think it makes people want to be more like free and Kim Jong-un is a dictator.
Yeah.
And South Korea is probably awesome, but in North Korea, not so much.
Yeah.
So definitely don't go to a K-pop show eating a hot dog because you're going to be in serious trouble.
Man.
Labor camp. We always talk about AI taking over, and I think this is why it's going to happen. Robots are going to take over because now Gen Z, what is that, by the way, generation-wise? I'm not Z.
That's after millennials.
After millennials.
Yeah.
So younger than you guys.
Yeah, that's your son.
Okay.
He's Gen Z. Yeah.
Jeez. Well, now they're afraid to answer phone calls. So much so that there's a college that is offering a course on how to answer the phone.
Oh,
that's crazy.
Nottingham College explained that youngsters simply don't have the confidence to use the telephone.
Well, that makes sense because everybody's always on their phone, social media.
Yeah, they say they get nauseous, they had increased heart rate, shortness of breath, dizziness, muscle tension.
That sounds like me taking the stairs. Like, what is this?
That's
You're just
sad.
talking.
So now
Yes.
you can take a college course on answering the telephone. I'm not gonna say nothing.
I mean, it
y'all
is-
know what I think, but I ain't gonna say it.
Yeah.
I say it.
But you know what I think.
What? Little bitches?
Yeah.
No, I know, but like the thing is that like if you look at the callers that we have, the majority of them are like millennials and like all that stuff, which obviously our audience.
Yeah.
But a lot of people just don't pick up the phone anymore.
Now here's the thing.
Yeah.
I would choose to not use. Johnny and I were just talking about this yesterday. If you're a business and the only way I can access you is over the phone, chances are I'll find someone else.
Yeah.
Because I want to do it with an app. I want to do it with
The website.
The website.
Yeah.
I do not want to pick up the phone and make a phone call. So I get that. I also don't need a college class on how to answer the phone.
No,
Yes.
no.
So there's a
Yeah.
difference between choosing to not use the phone because you'd rather use another medium. That's fine. But if my phone rings, I don't huddle in the corner because I don't know what to do with it. And that's my problem. If you're good at something, they say never do it for free, unless, of course, you work in radio, in which case you do it for free. But there's a man in Japan. He's making a living by standing in the street and praising strangers for a small fee. So this guy, he's known now as Uncle Praise. He said, I will give praise to people because fewer and fewer people are getting praise these days, which makes them feel bad and they just want to be praised. So this man actually will give you a compliment, praise you for a small fee. And he said he makes about $65 a day.
That's not that bad.
I mean,
for-
but the thing is that he should just be doing it for free. That's like you're trying to teach. I
don't
get
want
it,
to do it for free if you're good at it, right?
but I'm saying like you're trying to teach a lesson to society or like to tell people like this is what you should be doing, but you're doing it by making a profit off of
So
it.
I don't think he's trying to teach nobody nothing. He just figured, you know what? I know there's a market for praise because nobody is praising people these days. So I'm going to capitalize on it. I'm making you feel good and I'm paying my electric bill. I think that's the way he looks at it.
That's stupid.
Ray, you look very pretty today. That'll be $3.
Yeah.
No,
there you
see,
go.
no, no, because then I feel like your compliment is just forced. You're not even,
No, I
Sometimes
think you're
people-
pretty, but I need $3.
thanks.
Yeah.
No.
Sometimes people need that boost.
Right.
You know.
I get it, but
little
it's a
schmeckle.
forced
Narice,
boost.
you're doing a great job today. That'll
Hey.
be $2.50.
Perfect. Let me get my cash out.
Right. You can Venmo me. It's cool. It's fine. Just don't call me. Got the Cupid Undie run coming up. It's like soon.
Yeah, I know.
Soon. Going to get you all the details how you can join our team. We'll do that in just a few minutes right here on Johnny's House. 21 Pilots and Stressed Out. That was one of the best shows I went to in 2024.
Really?
It was a great show. I went with JJ Rice, the Rice Man.
Oh yeah.
Invited me last minute. And it was a really, really good show. It was actually really good. It's Johnny's House on a Wednesday morning, 7:27. Cold today, going to be 58 for your high. We're still hovering around the 40s.
Yes, we
on
are.
your fancy watch. Did it say?
It
I say
says
frío.
It says 40.
All right, 40 degrees out right now. Cupid Undie Run is coming up.
Yeah, so the Cupid's Undie Run is happening again at Elixir, downtown Orlando. We've been doing this for, I don't even know how long now.
I think easily 10 years.
It's got to be
Because,
10 years.
I mean, Laura was here back
Yeah.
when we did it. Marissa
Marissa.
back in the day. So it's been a very long time. It's a super fun event.
Yeah, so February 22nd is when it's happening. And if you don't know what the Cupid's Undie Run supports, it helps the Children's Tumor Foundation.
Right.
So it's helping end neurofibromatosis, so helping end NF, which affects millions of people, and
Yeah.
we know some people that have
We got
NF.
some good friends, which is why we jumped on the calls years ago.
Yeah, so
And the run might scare you, but it's not necessarily it's a fun run.
they call it a fun run. It's
not a
less than a
race.
mile. It's like down and around Lake Eola.
Right.
Well, that's like of your choice. People will literally just walk the block and come back.
You can totally do that.
Yeah.
The point is to get together. We theme it out,
Yeah.
Cupids and underwear, because back in
Mhm.
the day when it started, these guys ran in the freezing cold up north
Yep.
in their draws,
Yeah.
And then just kind of took off from there. And so we call it Undie Run, obviously, but you just kind of dress Cupidy themed. Have some
Yeah.
fun. Maybe
People-
run. We turn into a day drinking party.
Yes,
Oh,
we
yeah.
do. And there's lots of dancing.
Yeah. People will literally show up in heels and
yeah.
like tutus and stuff. So like literally have fun with it.
Right, you can go all in and wear just your draws if you want, or you could be a little more conservative. I usually wear like pajamas, because
Yeah.
I ain't got the body to walk around in draws.
But listen, you got a goal
Right.
in mind.
Yeah, I got the intentions. You could bring some backup underwear, like we talked about yesterday, if you want. If you raise
That's
enough money,
true.
they'll give you some backup underwear.
Yeah,
So
or-
the cool thing is that you raise a lot of money, and like you could raise money to have an open bar tab,
Yes.
and you could raise
Mhm.
money to get like free shirts, underwear, all that stuff.
Right. The whole idea is to get people to join your team, or join our team. We have Team XL, and then get some people to throw a couple dollars on your name, and all of it goes to a great cause.
Yeah, so if you go to our social media pages, Instagram, Facebook, the link is there to sign up for Team XL 1067.
And
We had
then
a-
we're just gonna wait to see if Brian's gonna fight somebody. This year.
I'm not, because I'm not drinking this year. We had a giant team last year.
We did.
And this year it's just us right now.
I know. So we try to have the biggest team every year. I think
Right.
last year we had like 32 people.
Right now we got 4 and they all work here.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. So I'm gonna need y'all to sign up and join our team.
Let's do this.
Please don't have us roll up there, just the 4 of us in our draws.
So when is it going? When is it happening? again?
February 22nd.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good time. So go ahead and jump on, grab the links, and then join our team, because it's going to be lots of fun, and it'll be cool. The pictures are gonna be hilarious. The
Mhm.
video is gonna be hilarious. And then if you don't go, you're gonna be like, man, I wish I went.
Yeah.
So you don't want that. We were talking about this the other day. Dax Shepard was busted watching something while he was somewhere else.
Yeah.
Look, sometimes you just don't want to miss something.
Exactly.
So we're gonna find out when were you watching something you shouldn't have been watching, but watching something while you should have been watching something else. After Sabrina Carpenter, Espresso. Sabrina Carpenter, Espresso XL 1067. Wednesday morning, you are listening to Johnny's House. It is 7:33 and it is cold outside. 58 is going to be your high today. Right now, it is around 43. So the Golden Globes went down the other day.
Yes.
And when they pan around the crowd, they see all the celebrities sitting at the tables and everything. And they came across Dax Shepard.
Yeah.
And what was he doing, right?
So he had his phone in between his legs, and people were like, really? What is so interesting that you're watching? And obviously, Sunday Night Football was going down the same time as the Golden Globes.
Yeah.
And so he had to check out what was going on with his Detroit Lions. So he was watching the game the whole time while he was at the Golden Globes.
I mean, he was there.
He was.
He was just, checking up on his team.
He was present, but he had to make sure, because we're going into playoffs.
Right.
We got to see what's going on.
Right.
So it was funny just because people were like, how does his wife feel about this? And she's just like, whatever.
She knows him.
Exactly.
Yeah. She know, but you can get in trouble. My wife got a little hot with me. We were at a Kane Brown concert.
I remember this.
Now, now I've become a country music.
Yes.
Fan is probably extreme. There's a few artists that I like.
But this was your first country show, wasn't it?
Okay, so it was my second time seeing Kane Brown.
Okay.
I went with her to see him at another place. And he puts on a great show. But there was a very important game on at the same time.
Yes.
And so we had decent seats and we were there. It was me, my wife, and two of our friends. And so the show was going on, and I don't know any of the songs. When you go to a concert, you want to sing along to the songs.
Sure.
I know two, maybe.
Yeah.
And so there's an hour and a half I don't know. And so I can't really get into it, all that. I mean, it was great. I could see everybody was having a good time. So I popped my phone and I put on the game and I was just watching while everybody was singing along. I can't sing along, so I was watching the game. My wife later was a little upset. She's like, I would have just brought someone else. I'm like, why? I was there.
Yeah.
Like it didn't, reduce your enjoyment of the event. I didn't have the same level of enjoyment because I don't know the music.
Yeah.
But I am a big fan of this team, so I want to watch the game.
Yeah.
That's all.
I just remember looking over at you and seeing you sitting down watching your
'cause
phone.
Ray was there, yeah.
I was
you were there.
Yeah, I do.
She wasn't
there.
with us, but she was
No,
close to
I
us.
was close. And so I'm like, what the heck is he watching? But obviously Miami was playing or whatever. So that's what this whole thing, whenever they panned over to Dax Shepard, I immediately thought of you just sitting there at the concert watching.
Yep, and I've watched football on my phone at a wedding.
Yeah.
Look, I can't help when your event is planned, be it a wedding, be it a concert, whatever. And I also can't help that it overlaps with my favorite team's schedule. So I'm not interrupting. I don't have the volume up real loud. I'm not trying to get you to pay attention.
Yeah.
I'm just paying attention to that. I'm not reducing your enjoyment. But my wife wasn't happy about it.
Yeah, I know at my wedding, there was towards the end of the reception, a lot of people started leaving early. And I'm like, what the heck? Like, we're still having a good time. And it's just because there was football on.
Right.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Right. So it's either sit here and now with screens, you can watch anywhere. Like I have YouTube TV.
Yeah.
So basically I can watch whatever I watch at home, anywhere I want, just pop on my YouTube TV. So it's just super easy now. So if I'm not into something, then I can watch this. It doesn't mean I'm not present with you. I'm just not paying attention.
Yeah. And it's not like a bad thing either.
I agree.
Yeah, it's fine. It's like it's harmless.
I agree with you.
But I bet you there are some people that are pissed.
Yes, not everybody does.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
So with me in particular with this subject, like me being single, I have the luxury of looking at anybody, anytime, anywhere. And sometimes we'll do some eye connection with like flirting. Like you can do that with random people kind of thing when you're single. And this guy that I was kind of seeing last year, we were out just kind of like hanging out at a restaurant, and I kind of did that, but like not on purpose. It was just like flexing a muscle memory of just being single for so long. Like you just catch your eye with someone else. So it's like, I didn't mean to, and then like the partner's just kind of like, what you doing?
Yeah, we ain't the same.
You doing?
You over here trying to pick up your next while you're with your current.
No.
I'm watching a football game.
I would never.
While a millionaire is singing on stage. Not the same.
No, I would never do. No, but it's just one of those where it's like you just can't help but look. It's like it doesn't hurt to look kind of thing. But I was, on a date, and then when that happened, I was like, oh.
I'm like, how is she going to try to relate this?
we ain't the same.
Watching your phone and checking somebody out.
It's harmless to look. around.
I mean, the
obviously.
closest thing is I was watching some sort of porno video or something like
Oh
that.
my
But
God.
I wasn't.
That's to the extreme.
I was watching the Hurricanes play. So when were you watching something while you should have been watching something else? Maybe we'll go that way.
There you go.
That way you can feel included with your crazy story. 407-919-1067, 877-919-1067. You can hit us up on the XL Mobile. That's 41067 and hit send. If you're watching us live stream on the YouTube, which you always should because it's just fun to watch the show, you can drop your comments there. We'll give you something to watch. You can win a pair of tickets to see Wolfman, the advanced screening, January 14th, AMC Altamont, 7 p.m. It's from Blumhouse and writer-director Lee Wannell. He was the creator of The Invisible Man.
Nice.
So it's a terrifying new nightmare, Wolfman, at AMC Altamont, 7 p.m. next week. So give us a call right now. Watching something while you should have been watching something else. 407-919-1067, 877-919-1067. We'll hear your stories. We'll hook you up. Coming up next on Johnny's House. Billie Eilish, Birds of a Feather, XL 1067, Wednesday morning, 7:49, and you are listening to Johnny's House. It's going to be a high of 58 today. It's going to be cold and windy, and we're just hovering around the 40s right now. And it's going to be super cold tonight. It's going to drop down into the 30s. They said if you're in the Ocala Villages, up to Gainesville area, because we reach kind of up there sometimes. It's going to be like freezing temperatures.
There's a freezing warning in Gainesville area.
That's the cover your plants situation, because your plant's going to get lost. Talking about watching stuff while you should be watching other stuff. Dax Shepard was watching football during the Golden Globes.
Yep.
I was watching football during a Kane Brown show. Nerese was eyeing her next man while she was out to dinner with her current man.
Oh my goodness.
Same thing. So when were you watching something while you should have been watching something else? Got a pair of tickets to see Wolfman, the advanced screening, January 14th, AMC Altamont, 7 p.m. It's from Blumhouse and the creators of The Invisible Man, a terrifying new nightmare, Wolfman. So when were you watching something while you should have been watching something else? Kevin, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Brian. Good morning, guys. How you guys doing? This
Morning.
We're doing okay. We're doing all right. You okay?
Yeah, man. Yeah, this happened yesterday. And I was telling, no, this happened yesterday during an office meeting. And I'm pretty sure, man, if I'd have got caught, I probably would have got one of those warnings, or probably would have, hey, let's take a walk. Thank you for your service. And,
what were you watching?
I was in a meeting and I was watching one of my little TikTok stories that you follow. And it's, they do these skits and one plays and then it's like a continuation. It's almost like a soap opera thing. I call them my stories.
Okay.
I was watching, and I was trying to make it look like I was taking notes. I wasn't taking notes.
Yeah.
I was basically I was watching my stories. And
yeah, they frown upon that, Kevin, because we have a boss here, JJ Rice, the Rice Man, and he told us we all had to put our phones down in the meetings.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were doing the same things, and we weren't listening to his exciting stats and stuff.
It's not but it was a boring meeting. What do you want me to do?
Look, you said it, man, not me. But I totally understand. Hang on, Kevin. Yeah, you can't be watching your TikTok stories while you're supposed to be in a meeting.
Well, it's a soap operas, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, they call them. See, that's old school. I'm not sure your grandparents. That was the stories.
Novelas. Yeah.
Yeah. So when we were homesick, my grandma would pick us up, but we had to be quiet while she's watching her stories.
Oh, okay.
Because that's what they called soap operas back in the day.
I love it.
So that he was watching his stories.
It's just so hard
they
when it's
actually
right.
happen to call them stories.
When it's right in your hand.
I know.
Right. And if you get notifications, it's like hard to not pick it up and watch it.
Yeah, and you're not really engaged in what you're hearing in the meeting sometimes. So you watch your stories. Kathy, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing okay, thank you.
All right. When were you watching something while you should have been watching something else?
So my husband and I were at a wedding, and there just happened to be a wrestling event happening at the same time. So we decided to watch a couple matches, or the entire thing, start to end. The funny thing is, the other couples at our table were like looking at us, and they're like, "Oh my God, what are you watching?" We're like, "Oh, we're watching WWE." And soon enough, the other couples at the table were also watching different sports.
Oh my goodness.
Now, see, that's a problem, because what you did was disruptive. See, I didn't stop the Kane Brown show. Like, not everybody else stopped. So you watched, and then you got everybody else watching stuff too. So that's a problem.
Hey, we were not much of dancers. We were just having a good time.
There you go.
And the fact is at the reception, I think, is better than at the actual wedding.
Yes, she wasn't stopping the party.
During the reception.
Right. They had their minute. Now it's time for me to watch some WWE.
Yeah.
All right, hang on one second.
Exactly.
Ray, sorry, I didn't mean to cut her off. Ray, what you got on social media?
So this is kind of messed up. Michelle said it wasn't her, but her baby daddy was watching football while she was actively in labor. Actively in labor.
The
He was over there watching
disrespect.
football.
Disrespect.
Oh,
Come on now.
I mean, it's got to be like my team for life.
Yes.
Last play of the game of the Super Bowl.
Yes. That's what I'm saying, of the Super Bowl.
Like, it can't be a random Sunday afternoon.
No.
In the middle of October.
Yeah.
Ew, that's a tough one. I'd have a hard time justifying that
Me
one.
too.
XMO powered by attorney Dan Newland and a rec need to check. It's a no-brainer. Call attorney Dan Newland. Someone said it was 2017. I was watching Mackenzie Milton win a UCF game while everyone was at the Magic Kingdom. So they were supposed to be enjoying a family vacation. But that's the year I believe that UCF went undefeated.
Yeah.
So I could
That's a big
also see
one.
that. And man, you're at a theme park. I think you can kind of get away with that. Nerese, what you got on the live stream?
We got OTA Beatty. He said, I cannot miss a game. So in my wedding, I snuck out to the back where everybody was chilling, pulled up the game on my phone, and my wife ended up looking for me, gave up, and then went over to join in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if you draw a crowd, that's a problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, I did it like all by myself.
Like at this point, like you got to set up like a lounge with a big TV, because if you know you're gonna bring sports people, like then do it the right way.
I have had people join the table and watch a game on my phone at an event, but it was like a charity event where I don't think we were disrupting anything. So I really can't. I mean, there was nothing going on stage. It wasn't like Runway to Hope where they're playing very like touching stories. I wouldn't do that.
I'm like,
no,
specific.
No, it's like at a charity event. It's a party going on. It's like a drinks hour type thing. I would never do it while there were speakers on stage.
Okay.
Who y'all think I am?
Yeah, no, there's times and places for everything. I get that.
Right.
Yeah, come on.
What do you think I'm Nerese? I'm looking for my next line with my current.
I wasn't even dating him like that.
Come on, I wouldn't even do that. All right, well, it's up to you. We'll either hook up Kevin or Kathy with tickets to check out Wolfman Advanced screening January 14th, AMC Altamont from Blumhouse. Ray, what you working on with celebrity news?
More people are coming forward about the Blake Lively, Jason Baldani situation.
That story, I didn't realize it was so big.
It's huge.
Yeah, it is really big. All right, we'll get an update coming up next on Johnny's House.
WXXL HD1, Tavares, Orlando.
This is The Weekend.
Hey, it's Olivia Rodrigo.
Johnny's House, mornings. Orlando's #1 hit music station all day.
1067 Orlando. Now, the Johnny's House Entertainment News with Ray.
All right, so if you haven't been keeping up with the chaos between Blake Lively and Jason Baldoni, basically what has happened. Jason Baldoni, who directed and co-starred in the movie It Ends With Us, based on December 20th, Blake accused him of sexual harassment on the set and then orchestrating and retaliating like a smear campaign. Then Blake also accused Jason Baldoni of adding a graphic sex scene to the movie without her consent and asking her personal questions about her relationship with her husband, Ryan Reynolds. Then she sued Jason Baldoni for trying to undermine her reputation in the retaliation for exposing this misconduct. So Jason Baldoni has now accused Blake of orchestrating the smear campaign against him. And he's suing the New York Times over a story that they wrote about her allegations. So now the latest is that Jason Baldoni's lawyers say that Blake engaged in a pattern of bullying and threats to take over the movie.
Okay, so this guy's name is Justin, right? Not Jason.
Did I say Jason?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Justin.
Okay, because I was
Justin
trying
Baldoni.
Okay, because I don't even Justin Baldoni to me, he's not even a big enough name.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, you're fine. So that's why I was like, okay, maybe it's a bigger person that I don't know, because Blake Lively is a big deal.
It's a huge name.
That's why I'm like, what is this dude doing?
And that's
she's
why-
married to Ryan.
Who's even bigger.
Yes.
Really, in the grand scheme, the guy's a gazillionaire.
And that's why these huge allegations, when they came out and it was first like Blake Lively was suing, I was like, this is intense because she's an A-lister who is married to another A-lister.
And he's, I just looked him up, he's married too. So it's not like, it's just a weird thing.
Yeah. So, but Jason Baldoni, oh my God,
Justin.
why do I keep saying Jason?
I don't know.
What the heck?
I thought maybe he had a much more important brother that had a problem with Blake Lively.
Justin Baldoni's lawyers say that Blake is very like a bully type person. And so there's other people that are coming forward and somebody that had added for more evidence to Justin Baldoni's lawsuit, saying that it's not a surprise because she's very consistent with that behavior. Blake Lively used to bully other people and like communicate with other people with like threats and bully her way to get whatever she wanted.
So I've seen old clips now coming out, and this is what happened with Ellen. I've seen old clips coming out where people were saying she was a diva and she was hard to work with, that maybe no one really thought much of then. But now that this is coming out, it's like, look, there's a whole bunch of evidence that maybe she's not what everyone thinks she is.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that because I don't know, because I ain't never worked with Blake Lively.
And that's what I was trying to tell you yesterday, that when they were doing these press conferences and like the media tour to promote this movie, Justin and Blake didn't do a lot of the interviews together. And so people were like, that's kind of weird because they were like they were together in love in the movie. So it's wild just to see, because it's going back and forth, but now it's coming forward that she's actually a bully.
And it's kind of crazy to think that all of this was happening while they were filming. And now it's coming to surface after it's been pushed out. So it's kind of like, I don't want to say it's distasteful to watch the movie all of a sudden that you know everything that's coming out, but it sucks because it really is tainting the movie and it looks fantastic. I haven't even seen it.
It is a good movie. It is a very good movie.
There's probably a lot of movies that we don't even know it, that they hated each other on set.
Yes. For sure.
I mean, we just don't know it because they do their jobs.
Yeah.
And we don't even realize it, but this one's going to get ugly.
Yeah, because like if he just approved a graphic sex scene, you know, without her consent, that's kind of just like,
that's messed up.
But at the same time, he's married, so it's not like he did it for any like gratification.
And he's
for
a
him,
producer.
But,
Well, I mean,
or was it to just like stick it to her because he didn't like her?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Put her make her uncomfortable just because I don't like her.
Yeah.
Hey, people will have the audacity to try.
And then now there's evidence that he says he's got evidence that everything he's saying about her is legit.
Yes.
And so what's evidence? Like,
and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And with these people that are coming forward saying that she's a bully and like all this stuff. So I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. But Netflix Monday Night Raw was a huge night. That night was huge on Netflix.
They brought out all the big guns.
Yes.
They were trying to make it a big thing. My son hasn't watched wrestling in a very long time. He texted me yesterday, Dad, I need to sign on.
Yeah,
for
Netflix. So the event happened in Los Angeles and it got pretty bad for Hulk Hogan. I don't know if you saw this.
I did, yeah.
And this is what's going around this morning, is that like Hulk Hogan got booed out of the stadium.
Yeah.
Like people booed him out. And so a lot of people are thinking it was a political thing.
Well, you never know with wrestling how much of it is for the story and how much of it is legit. Like people don't like him.
Yeah, so he got the biggest boo from the audience, but the person that got the biggest applause, Macaulay Culkin.
I saw, yeah.
And I love it because like he's had such a major comeback.
Yeah.
And so when they were panning through like Vanessa Hudgens and
tons of celebrities were there.
Danielle Fishel, Gabriel Iglesias. But Macaulay Culkin, everybody was like, yeah.
He is the meme of the week. The way that he, like, when the cameras went on him and he did like his little look and
his
like
hat was down.
His hat was down.
And then he raised his face up. Yeah.
You got to see the video. He like owned it. Like he literally is the meme of the week. Everyone's like, I'm pulling up like, how do you say his name?
Macaulay Culkin.
Culkin.
Macaulay Culkin.
Everyone's saying they're going to pull up like him this week.
Like that guy.
Like that guy.
Like the Home Alone dude.
Yeah, the Home Alone dude. There we go.
Yeah, I love Macaulay Culkin. I love me some Macaulay Culkin. All right, we're going to hear some weird stories that happen to be true, and we're going to get some information on the cruise because we want you guys to join us after Sabrina Carpenter and Taste on Johnny's House. Sabrina Carpenter, XL 1067, Orlando's #1 hit music station. Wednesday morning, 8:09, and you are listening to Johnny's House. It's going to be a cold one today, high of only 58. We're still hovering in the low 40s, and we're going to be that way for the next couple of days. Going to find out some weird, not weird stories happen to be true. We did that already. We're going to find out your weird stories that are actually true. True stories because they happen to you. But first, we got to invite you to join us on the Johnny's House cruise.
I'm so ready for it.
It is back. It's going to be a great time. We took a year off and did a little something else with the Lost Weekend. But we're going to get back on the cruise. It's going down September 18th. Leaves out of Port Canaveral. We're going to hit 2 stops in the Bahamas, including Celebration Key, which is the new Carnival private island.
Yeah, it looks beautiful.
Man, it looks like so much fun. And we'll be one of the first groups to be there because it doesn't open until late spring. And we're going in the summertime. So it's going to be a lot of fun. 4 nights. You can do, obviously, double occupancy is the best way you do a cruise. If you've never been on a cruise before, this is a great one to get started on. It's a party.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
And the cool thing is about that like Celebration Key or whatever. It's just like, it's an adult only beach.
Yep.
Like club and all that stuff. So it's
Swim
going to
up
be
bars.
fun.
They got
Mhm.
cabanas you can also take advantage of. We have fun on the boat. We do private parties with our group. And then we are always at the pool hanging out. Like, so you'll get an itinerary so you know where we are all the time. And then you'll meet your friends, obviously, the other people that listen to the show. And then y'all kind of will do your own thing. You'll do comedy shows. Some people will do karaoke. Some people just hang out up at the pool deck.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's like 4 days of just hanging together and having a great time. And right now, if you can lock it in, you can get yourself the deposit for $150 per person. And then you can make payments on it.
Yeah. So
Which-
September 18th through this 22nd, you have time to pay it off.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really fun time. Prices do go up. That's just the way the cruise industry works now. As cabins start to dwindle, they do increase the prices. So when they increase their prices, obviously they pass that on to us. So we have to do the same thing. So you can lock in your price for the $150 deposit right now. So if you jump online at xl1067.com or any of our social medias, you can click the link. Go ahead and put your information in. Patricia will hit you back. She'll be on the cruise having a good time as well. So
Patricia gets down.
Yeah, she does.
yeah, it's so much fun. It's just a blast. We've been doing it for so long. We started our first cruise was when I was still part-time in 2002. Yeah, I shared a room with 5 other part-timers.
Oh my goodness. What a
I
disaster.
bet that's a story.
Oh my! It's in the worst way.
Yeah.
Kind of story. I was like, I didn't get my own room for like the first 3 years.
Yeah.
I was just bunked up. It was like we were like steerage on the Titanic. But whatever. It was a great time. That's the whole thing. It's so much fun.
Yeah,
it's
for
so
sure.
much fun. So get some friends together, find someone you want to room with, and check it out. xl1067.com. Join us on the Johnny's House cruise September 18th. It is time for True Stories. It happened to me. That's where something happened to you that is so crazy that it sounds like it can't be true, but it is true. We've had some really, really good ones. And then we've had some where y'all think it's a true story and it's really crazy, but it really ain't all that crazy.
No, but we've had people that were like caught in a drug ring.
People that were switched at birth.
Yeah.
We had FBI raids that
Yes.
people weren't ready. They came busted into their hotel rooms.
Dating a most wanted.
Yeah, all kinds of stuff. So we've had some really good ones. So tell us what happened to you. It's a true story, but it sounds so crazy it couldn't possibly be true. Someone's going to win a pair of tickets to see UCF men's basketball versus Houston Saturday, January 18th at Addition Financial Arena. So call us now with your true stories. 407-919-1067, 877-919-1067. You can drop them on the XL mobile, but you're going to have to be really good with your words because you ain't got that much space. That's 41067 and hit send. Of course, you can also hit us up on social media. You can hit us up on the live stream. Best way to do it, though, on the phone. 407-919-1067, 877 919-1067. True stories. It happened to me. A pair of tickets to see UCF men's basketball versus Houston Saturday, January 18th at Addition Financial Arena. Call now and share those stories on Johnny's House. scissor and snooze, which if you could do, I would. It's cold outside.
Seriously, it's so cold.
If you could stay in bed and just not have to get out, I would do that if I were you. 58 is going to be your high today. We are still hovering in the low 40s. It is Johnny's house on a Wednesday morning. True stories that happened to me. These are stories that are so crazy that you can probably see them in the movies or something, but they actually did happen to you. Gonna hook someone up with a pair of tickets to check out UCF men's basketball versus Houston Saturday, January 18th at the Addition Financial Arena. Andrea texts the XL Mobile, and this one is so good we had to hear up and say, hey, we need to hear this story.
Yeah.
Andrea, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
All right. So true story. It happened to you. Tell us the story. What happened?
So when I was 10 years old, we just moved to Florida, and my older brother wanted me to go get a couple sodas. It was around 4th of July. So I walked to Publix. It was right behind my apartment complex. And when I walked there, my mom always taught me to be very aware of my surroundings. So there's people, shopping, there's a garbage dude. And so I go into Publix, I get the soda, I come out, and I notice the guy is still there. He was pretending to be a garbage man. So I went and I'm walking, and I felt like he was kind of like following me.
Okay.
So I kind of got scared, and I was just kind of like, okay. So I went into the Blockbuster, but Blockbuster was open back then.
Okay.
So I went into the Blockbuster. I kind of like hid behind the window, pretended to buy some candy. And when I went outside, I didn't see him anymore. So I was like, oh, I'm just being dramatic. He's gone. I'm just being paranoid, whatever. So instead of taking the front entrance to my apartment complex, I went behind Publix, and that was my mistake. He was waiting for me behind there.
Oh my gosh.
With the van open. Till this day, I'm 36 years old. I still remember what he looked like.
What?
He had the van open, a rope, and something in the middle.
Shut up.
And I'm looking at this van, and I'm like, that's kind of creepy. Let me walk a little faster. And so all of a sudden, I hear a voice behind me, and he's like, hey, little girl, I have something for you. And I'm like, what? And I look at him, and it's like one of those like glittery balls with like the light up thing in the middle. And back then, little girls my age would have loved that.
Yeah.
So I was like, no thanks. And he came up behind me and grabbed me.
No.
What?
But his mistake was he grabbed me under my arms, not over my arms. And I had an older brother, and he always taught me, hey, if someone tries to take you, what do? How do you get, how do you defend yourself?
Oh my gosh.
I thank God every day for my brother, because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here. I would be one of those kids on the back of the milk carton.
Yeah.
Oh,
So wait, what'd you do?
So, so the guy grabbed me over my arms, not under my arms. So I was thankfully able to get away. I elbowed him as hard as I could, right in the gut, and I don't think he expected me to do that.
Right.
Nice.
I elbowed him as hard as I could, turned around, kicked him in the what, and he dropped to the floor, and I ran. I ran as
Let's
fast as I
go.
could.
That is crazy. I always
And
told
I got away.
always
Thank God.
told my son, like, look, you fight, no
Yes.
matter what.
Yeah.
And then but I mean, who knows what's gonna happen? So that is crazy. You were
Yep.
10 years old.
Like I was 10 years old. This happened in, I think it was 2000, 2001, right when we moved to Florida.
Oh my
That is
Wow.
crazy. Did you like report it or anything, or did you tell your parents?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I ran home. I went straight to my brother. I threw up in the toilet because I was so
Yeah.
scared, And I'm like, Johnny, someone tried to take me. And my brother went crazy, grabbed a knife, and was like, I'm going to kill him.
Yeah.
I'm like, he's not there. He's gone.
Wow.
But he went back to Publix. We called my mom. We called the police. We reported it. I made a whole report. Gave a description of the guy. He was a big guy with a beard and kind of like fat, but like kind of like a redhead.
Oh my god.
And he was wearing a garbage man suit.
That is so
That's insane.
crazy.
Yeah.
We had something similar back in the 80s with me and my friends. And I mean, the guy didn't grab us, but he tried to set up us coming to his house to go fishing after school from the bus stop.
Oh my
And
gosh.
we're both like, yeah, let's do it. But we throughout the day talked to each other like, this is probably a terrible idea. And he was waiting at the bus stop when we got off. So when we got off the bus, we just broke out and ran full speed to the first house we could get to.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is much more dramatic because nobody grabbed us from behind. That is crazy.
That's insane. Good
Well,
for
I'm glad
girl.
your brother taught you what to do, Andrew. That's awesome.
Thank you.
That
Yeah,
is
I'm
crazy.
so thankful for him. I am so thankful for him. And I tell my daughter, I have a daughter now.
Yeah.
She's
Yes.
9 years old, and I tell her, you fight, you kick, I don't care what you do to get away from them.
Yep. Exactly.
Poke
Man,
them in
that's
the eyes, you
that
know,
is
kick
so
them in the
crazy.
nads, like
Yeah, whatever you got to do.
Yeah.
Well, we have Veronica and Jaden, but they're not going to beat Andrew's story. So I
No, that was a
appreciate
good
you guys
one.
calling maybe next week. Andrew, if you want these tickets to check out UCF, we got you covered.
Absolutely, that'd be so great. Thank you guys so much.
Cool. Well, we're going to put you on hold. I'm glad you're still with us.
Seriously.
Thank you.
All right. That is a crazy story. See, that's what I'm talking about. True stories that you would see on movies and TVs, but it actually happened to someone. Going to hook up Andrew with a pair of tickets to see UCF men's basketball versus Houston Saturday, January 18th at Addition Financial Arena. And Veronica and Jaden, thanks for calling. We ran out of time. Try again next week with your stories, and maybe we'll get those on. Orlando's number one hit music station, XL 1067, Johnny's House on a Wednesday morning. Ray talked about it in celebrity news yesterday. Jennifer Coolidge has this weird voice. Want to find out if you have a voice that's not necessarily weird, but it's just different sounding. After Lady Gaga and Bruno Mars, it's probably the best thing that came out of the Joker movie.
I know, right?
Die with a Smile on XL. Lady Gaga, Bruno Mars, Die with a Smile. It is 8:38 Wednesday morning. You are listening to Johnny's House. Going to be a cold one today. Going to have a high of 58, and then it's going to drop into the low 30s up north, like Ocala, Gainesville area. Freeze warnings into effect. So it's going to be a.
Did you put your heat on yet?
We have not turned the heat on in the house yet.
You're wild.
My house was 63 this morning when I woke up. I was like,
yeah. And my son, who's 19 but still lives with us because rent's just too damn expensive for kids to get out on their own. He lives in the coldest part of the house. His room is the coldest.
Yeah. Is he walking around wearing a jacket?
Well, he always wears a hoodie anyway. And he has this little heater that it's not a space heater. They have these heaters now that they don't even get hot, but they do heat the room. They like just blow hot air.
Yeah.
And so he has his own little heater thing that I got him on Amazon. But he's like, seriously, can we turn on the heat? And I'm like, well, he's expensive, dog, and you don't pay no bills up in here.
No, for real. I get that.
You're gonna put some money on the heat, and we'll turn on the heat. But if you ain't gonna put no money on the heat, nah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is expensive.
Yeah. So yeah, no, we will probably go because this is gonna be the coldest it's gonna get probably.
I hope so because I'm over it.
Yeah, we won't. We probably will go this whole year without turning on the heat.
Yeah, no, woke up with 75 this morning in my house.
Yeah, because you had heat on.
Yeah, yeah.
It's cold outside. Dude, I had to take the dog out last night. I'm like, man, that's ridiculous. I'm like, dog, you better stop playing. Like, seriously.
Yeah.
She's doing this with me.
Do what you do. Yeah, she did. She started doing laps around the pool.
She
Full
probably
speed.
loves it.
Yeah, but if she falls in, I got to jump in. It's freezing.
I know, but a lot of dogs do enjoy the colder weather.
She was running like it was her job.
I love it.
I'm like, look, dog, if you fall in the pool, I'm going to have to make a serious decision.
It's just the funniest thing seeing this tiny little thing just running around.
She's like a bullet. Like, and I'm like, seriously, stop. And then she finally went inside. But my wife gets so frustrated because in the middle of the night, she has to go out. It's 38 degrees. Whew. This dog trying to chew on grass, play around. My wife's like, look, it's 3 a.m. I ain't playing these games with you.
Yeah.
It's just too cold, man. So Jennifer Coolidge went viral because if you've heard her voice, it is funny.
Yeah.
In all of the shows and the movies that she's in, but it's not her actual voice.
Which I thought it was.
Everyone did.
The whole time, because, she was in like Legally Blonde and she's in all these movies and she has that voice. And I'm like, that's got to be her voice.
Even the commercials now that she
Yes.
does,
Yeah.
everyone thinks that's just the way that she talks. And then they find out that it's not the way that she talks.
Yeah, the guy was like mimicking her on the red carpet at the Golden Globes. And then all of a sudden she had this like deep voice that sounded like just normal. And I'm
Right.
like, I'm sorry, who was that?
If you watch the OG American Pie, Stifler's mom, that she had that deep voice.
And I totally forgot about that.
She didn't have the high voice because that was her role, the sultry type thing. So
Mhm.
that was her regular voice. So we want to find out if you've got a voice that people think is different. Now, not necessarily a voice that you do because she does her voice.
Mhm.
I mean, I guess we wouldn't know the difference. But if you have a voice that people have said it's just a little different, or when you talk, it just sounds a little different, we'd like to hear it.
Yeah, I had a friend in high school. Whenever she would have to call anybody, like if she had to call like a store or something, or like her uncle would call her something, she would have this British accent sometimes. And I'm like, but why? And she was like, I don't know, because she hated talking on the phone in high school, and she would have this British accent to like, I don't know. It was the
Just like a
craziest thing.
disguise for it. My friend, I had a friend in high school who she was like part Hispanic or something, and she would try to push a Hispanic accent, but she didn't speak Spanish. She was just part Spanish, Hispanic. I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, so if you've got a funny voice, I don't want to say funny because I don't want you to think I'm making funny.
No.
But if you got a voice that people say, hey, man, your voice is weird. Or you can hear it. It's just a different sounding voice. We'd like to hear it. Got 4 tickets to check out the Orlando Valkyries versus the San Diego. Now, it could be Moho or it could be Mojo. Do you know which one it is?
Mojo.
Yeah, that's what I figured it would be. Now, Moho, Mojo is how the white man says Moho.
No, for real.
But
yeah.
in this case, it is Mojo.
It is Mojo.
With a sports team, it would be Mojo. Get
Yeah.
your Mojo going.
Yeah.
So you can check out the Orlando Valkyries versus the San Diego Mojo. It's going down at Edition Financial Arena. It is opening night, so you definitely want to be there. Norris, you're the voice of the Valkyries.
I am the MC. Yes, they brought me back.
And go check that out. 4 tickets to see that. We want to hear if you've got a voice that you think is different, that people tell you is different, or when you talk, that it sounds a little different. And some of y'all called before, so you better be calling now. 407-919-1067, 877-919-1067. You can't really do it on the XL mobile. Won't really translate. But I mean, I guess you could try 41067 and hit send. We want to hear that different sounding voice. So I'm going to get 4 tickets to check out the Orlando Valkyries versus the San Diego Mojo at the Edition Financial Arena. Call us now. Let us hear that different voice on Johnny's House. Wednesday morning, 8:46. You are listening to Johnny's House. It's going to be a little today. Not going to get much warmer than this. 58 is going to be your high. It is hovering in the mid 40s right now. Jennifer Coolidge went viral because people found out that weird voice you hear on TV isn't necessarily her actual voice. So we want to hear your voice. People say it sounds a little different. I don't want to say it's weird because that sounds a little bit mean. Gonna hook somebody up with 4 tickets to check out the Orlando Valkyries versus the San Diego Moho Edition Financial Arena opening night. Reese will be there emceeing this thing. Darlene, good morning.
Good morning.
So people say you got a weird voice or a strange voice or a different voice?
All the time. I work in healthcare, and I usually will be in patients' room talking to them, and if someone's looking for me, they say all they have to do is walk down the hall and they'll find me. I've also been out eating with my family, and I've ran into people, and they're like, oh, I heard your voice, so I just followed it, and they call me the voice at work. So
you know what? At first, and I'm not saying your voice is weird because that'd be mean, but at first talk, I'm like, okay, I can pick that voice out.
Yes.
Yeah, so yes, people are constantly singling me out. I've heard some of my patients say I sound nasally. Some say I'm high pitched. I'm not even sure at this point. Like, I just respond with, well, I can't my voice. I'm sorry. Like,
yeah,
this is the voice God gave me.
Well, I think it's a beautiful voice. It is a little bit of both of those, but it's still a pretty voice, though.
Well, thank you.
All right, hang on one second. Yeah, I mean, you could tell that she does have a little bit.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say it's weird or strange.
No.
It's distinctive. How about that? Michelle, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
So people say you have a different voice, or do you have a different voice that you use?
I don't know that people have said it, but I just feel like I do. You know, if you hear yourself or you see yourself like recorded on film and it sounds very low.
Yeah, it took us a while. It takes you, when you get into radio, it takes you a while to actually like kind of adjust to your voice or hearing it.
When you hear yourself back, I think that's always kind of hard. Yeah, like it's tough.
Yeah.
My son's trying to get into radio now. I keep telling him the same thing. You can't listen to yourself. You have to, but you can't because you're gonna think you sound terrible.
But I think you sound normal.
Yeah, I think your voice is good. You're okay.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's funny because I've been wanting to do like voiceovers, voice acting. And so as I started practicing and hearing myself, those were exactly my thoughts is, oh gosh, okay, I need to get used to this.
Yeah. You'll get in your own head real quick when you listen back to yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, hang on one second. All right, let's see. Christina, good morning.
Good morning.
So people think your voice is different?
A lot of people say when they hear me talk, like my face, they look like they think I'm talking like a younger kid.
Well, you
do sound very young.
or maybe you hooked on a balloon before you called, like a helium balloon.
Exactly. Yeah. Like back in the day, like they would call your house and, the solicitors, and they would ask to talk to like your parents. And I'm like, okay, well, you would need to call my parents' phone, their house. You're calling the wrong house,
Oh no. How old are you? If it's okay.
I'm in my later 40s.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you really sound like way younger than that.
You do.
Yeah, you really do.
Even your laugh is so cute.
Yeah, no, for real.
Oh, thank you.
And can you imagine?
A lot of people say I should do those voiceovers. I looked at it when I was younger, but that's what they wanted, like a lot of money back in the day to do like practicing and things like that. So I never got into it.
Nah, you can get your microphone on Amazon, record it yourself, and send it out. You ain't got to pay nobody to do nothing. Look, look, I'm on the radio talking for money, and I can't even speak. So yeah,
somebody was telling me about you can do like the books, like the Audible.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. Yeah. You should totally look into that. In fact, there's a voiceover agency here in Central Florida that a lot of people don't know about. You can upload your own stuff and people can go through and listen to it. And if they like you, they can reach out to you directly and hire you to do stuff.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So, well, you know what? I'll give you that information. Hang on one second.
Okay.
You should totally check that out.
I feel like it's all women, which isn't fair.
Right.
Yeah, I noticed that.
And I feel like there's a few that call here on a regular basis. I ain't gonna say nothing, Melanie and truck driver Brian. Your voices don't sound normal. Now y'all call on random every other day, but the day that I basically teed you up to hit a home run, you ain't call.
Yeah. Brian has that. What is it? You said it's Southern.
Hey y'all,
Wayne.
truck driver Brian here. That's my truck driver, Brian.
We
I love
love
you,
you.
Brian. I'm just playing with you.
Yeah.
Man. We'll hook somebody up randomly that called in with those tickets to check out the Orlando Valkyries and the San Diego Mojo Edition Financial Arena opening night. Norris going to be there emceeing that thing. Ray, what you working on in celebrity news?
We have to talk about those wildfires. More on it. What's going on in Los Angeles?
All right. After Benson Boone and Beautiful Things, Johnny's House on XL 1067.
WXXL HD1, Tavares, Orlando.
This is The Weekend.
Hey, it's Olivia Rodrigo.
Johnny's House, mornings. Orlando's #1 hit music station all day.
1067 Orlando. Now, the Johnny's House Entertainment News with Ray.
So we mentioned it earlier, the fires that are happening in Pacific Palisades.
Yeah, Southern California. I've been watching some of those videos. They're wild.
They're very, very
No pun
scary.
intended.
And it's just like, it's the videos from like the people that are inside their houses too. There's a lot of A-listers that live in the Pacific Palisades. Tom Hanks, Ben Affleck, Steven Spielberg, Reese Witherspoon, Michael Keaton, Miles Teller. I know Jamie Lee Curtis just posted something.
I saw James Wood posted from his pool deck. And so he's on the hill and the land below his hill is on fire. And the flames are so high, he can see them above his deck.
Oh,
he's like, they're not coming in yet, but they're obviously going to.
There's a lot of people like Jamie Lee Curtis was like, my neighborhood's on fire. Her house is possibly on fire as well. I know like Spencer Pratt and Heidi Montag, who are, reality stars.
They're
but
famous.
They live in that area and their whole house has been destroyed. So I feel like there's going to be a lot more celebrities that are coming out saying that their houses have been destroyed by these fires. I don't know if you saw, but like as of the mapping, it showed like 770 acres of it being spread.
Yeah, so there's over 4,000 total acres. There's just a bunch of different fires that have popped up to the point where like they're just popping up on the side of the road.
Yeah. And
This
so,
is crazy.
the LAFD, the firefighters, they're trying their hardest to do everything that they possibly can. But like the wind advisories and everything that they have going on right now and the dry conditions is what's spreading it. So
So the Santa Ana winds, like it's such a nerd thing, but I learned about that when I was way younger watching Beverly Hills 90210.
Oh my goodness.
Because in the show, one of the canyons was on fire and they were talking about the Santa Ana winds were whipping up and that was making it jump from canyon to canyon. But that was true. That's what was really happening at the time. That's why they did a show on it. But that's exactly why it does it. These winds are just wild.
So you're going to see a lot of people posting about that this morning.
Yeah, we got a email from Ronnie, who used to work with us. Now he's out in LA with iHeart from his mom. And she said that they sent a picture from the iHeart building. They could see the smoke. Now she said he's safe, but I mean, it's crazy. Jade, who used to work on the shows in a hotel because she couldn't stay in her house.
I know.
Crazy.
So sad. So another sad story that is coming out, Stephen Twitch. Do you remember him from the Ellen DeGeneres show? Twitch, he was the DJ. Everybody loved him. Unfortunately, he passed away because of suicide. Well, now his wife is on like this media tour and she's promoting an upcoming memoir. And a lot of the family is kind of like in a feud right now because she is telling all. And she was talking about how she found a shoebox full of drugs right before Twitch's funeral. So she's just basically coming out with all these like, allegedly she found these drugs and that he was a drug addict. And his brother is coming out saying that she's just trying to tarnish his like, his legacy. And so he'd never used illegal substances, his brother is trying to say. So as of right now, that family is kind of like fighting with each other on social media and it's all unfolding while she's on this like media tour to promote this book that she's coming out with.
So she hasn't even really like discussed it with his family was what I'm getting here.
With
right?
his family, no, absolutely
Dude, this is going to cause a lot of problems. This is just the beginning of it because if she's now coming out with this media tour all of a sudden, like, and it raises kind of questions in regards to what the family thinks, like his side of the family, it's kind of like, wouldn't you want to be doing that with the family in discussions?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
but
you should.
I mean,
but like, I just feel like people in general, man, we don't want to hear those kind of things about someone who's not here anymore. Like people, when Heath Ledger passed away, people started talking about like all the demons and stuff. Like, man, that's for their personal stuff.
Yeah. So, I mean, Allison, his wife, or his widow, is talking about how she is in the book. There's Twitch's private journals that she's releasing.
Yeah, see, that's the key word there is private.
I know. That's why I'm like, and some of it is going to be in the new memoir. So as of right now, this is what's going on. She allegedly made the family sign NDAs to attend his funeral. Even his own mother had to sign an NDA at his funeral.
That's crazy.
So it is nasty that this is coming out, but the attacks right now are wild on social media.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that happens a lot of times when someone passes away. Family just turns on each other.
Yeah.
That's super unfortunate. Lots of stuff going on in the world. We will check in with Nerese and find out what is trending after Sabrina Carpenter. It's Wednesday morning, a cold Wednesday morning. It's Johnny's House on XL 1067. Sabrina Carpenter, Wednesday morning. You are listening to Johnny's House. What's trending? Nerese, what you working on?
Well, TikTok, it's expected to be banned by January 19th, but somebody wants to stop it.
I heard that yesterday.
We'll talk about that.
Find out what's trending from Nerese after Metro Boomin, 21 Savage in the weekend. Orlando's number one hit music station, XL 1067, Wednesday morning. Johnny's House. It is time to find out what is trending. Nerese, what's going on?
TikTok, what are we going to do with you? All right. So
I'm not a big TikToker myself.
Same.
My wife loves to watch it. Like she just all day scrolls through it when she's got nothing going on. I'm just not a big TikToker, me.
Yeah, I capped that Instagram. So the popular app is facing its last few days getting banned in the U.S. on January 19th. Well, Kevin O'Leary, aka Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank, has announced that he wants to prevent this and now plans on purchasing it. So he is looking to partnering with former Dodgers owner Frank McCourt and his project Liberty O'Leary to create an American-owned platform prioritizing its users, creators, and small businesses. So he's emphasizing that they also might need a little bit of help from President-elect Donald Trump to complete the deal, citing the concerns over TikTok's current Chinese ownership and its potential use of surveillance. So overall, the purchase and takeover of the American, quote unquote, TikTok is meant to secure an innovative version that protects national security while empowering users and maintaining economic and social impact. So I mean, we'll see where that goes, but
you'd have to leave it alone. Like you couldn't change it up.
That's what I'm
people,
saying.
People will bail on it. So
Yeah.
really, you just need to change ownership and step back. If you do anything other than that, it's just going to fall apart.
Yeah, and you said that
like
you're
MySpace, like someone bought MySpace
Yep.
and they started tweaking
can't
MySpace and
change it.
everyone bounced.
Yeah.
Cannot
So yeah,
change
you're
it.
going to have to leave it alone. That's all.
Mhm.
Yeah, my son hit me yesterday. And he said that someone's trying to develop basically a TikTok knockoff, hoping a TikTok does get shut down so they can slide right in and be like,
I mean,
can't play on TikTok.
I don't think TikTok
over
is going to
here.
go anywhere.
I don't know. Yeah. Well, even if it does or it doesn't, the next app that is trending right now that might be a good filler in the meantime is Lemon 8. Have you guys heard of this?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you have?
Yes, I
Okay.
have.
Yeah. So Lemonade it's like a lifestyle focused social media app developed by ByteDance, which if you didn't know is the same partner company in
Yeah.
TikTok. Yeah.
Mhm.
So it was launched in Japan in May of 2020 and expanded to the US in February of 23. The app combines elements of like Instagram, Pinterest, which allows users to share and discover content and all that good stuff. But now that this is looking to be somewhat of like a filler for TikTok,
But that's nothing like
that's-
TikTok.
No, yeah, that's what I was saying
It's
too.
nothing like the way that people post videos on TikTok that has nothing like what
It's not
Lemonade
the
is.
same.
No.
Yeah, but like Lemon 8 has been like trending like crazy. So they're seeing like what's next? So they're gonna start pushing that.
Owned by the same company, then we're gonna have the same problem. Because
Exactly.
the issue is that it takes all your user information.
Yeah,
and that's the issue.
It's literally raising the same concerns among U.S. lawmakers. So
Yeah.
we'll see what happens. So after more than a decade, the Broken Strings Brewery, unfortunately, in downtown Orlando, has announced that it is closing. So they posted on social media that it would be effective immediately, but they gave a lot of love to their customers who enjoyed like the cold beers there throughout the year. So a big shout out to all you guys for pulling up. But now what's cool is they will host one last party at the tap room on Saturday, January 18th. With free beer until kegs are empty.
Oh wow.
So mark that on your calendar. Ray, I'm sure you'll announce it next week to kind of give people a reminder. So just heads up for that if you want to pencil that in. Universal Orlando Mardi Gras has dropped their 2025 concert lineup, if you haven't seen it. Kicking off with T-Pain on February 1st. I'm stoked for that one.
My wife bought me a T-Pain microphone, one of the old school
Stop
ones.
playing!
Yeah.
Bring it in!
I always had one and then I lost it. And so she bought me a replacement.
Bring it in,
So I walk
please.
around the house. I walk around the house auto-tuning everything. Look, living with me is probably torture.
Oh, this is all followed by other artists on select dates through March 30th, like Joe Jonas, Juanes, Foster the People, All Time Low, DJ Pauly D, and more. So you can get the full list on universalorlando.com.
I know. I want to see Pauly D.
I'm so stoked for that. I can't.
Pumping.
And I got some tough news for my foodies. Girl Scout cookies are cutting out some flavors. This was announced by the Girl Scouts of the U.S. That s'mores and toast yay will be discontinued after this year. Last time this happened was with the Raspberry Rally, and people would actually like resell them after it was discontinued for like $30. So, you know, get your money's worth
I
after the
believe
year.
if they discontinued them, that's because they ain't big sellers.
Yeah.
You
Like they ain't rolling in here getting rid of Thin Mints.
No, well,
You know what I'm
no.
saying? So I get it. I mean, if you're one of those ones that love them now and you didn't buy them, that's your fault. It's like when a company goes out of business and you're like, man, I used to go there all the time. Used to. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So yeah, as long as y'all don't get rid of them Thin Mints, I'm good. And there's another one that I really like. It's chocolate with peanut butter
It's
inside.
like the Reese. It's like almost like Reese's. Yeah.
Yes.
Peanut butter cups.
I
Yes.
like the-
I don't know what they're called.
I like the one with the coconut flakes on it.
I don't like coconut. But we used to have Amanda, when her daughter was in the Girl Scouts, she used to be our hookup, but she ain't been here in a minute. But man, that used to be our fix. We used to get boxes and boxes. And then Johnny buy a bunch of boxes and give them away. And then I'd always take some because I don't need no cookies, but I like cookies. So against my better judgment, even without Johnny to police it, we are going to do adult conversation.
Yay.
After Bruno Mars and Rose on XL 1067. Rose, Bruno Mars.
Is it APT or APT?
Well, it's APT, but I think I always took it as like the abbreviation.
Meet me at the apartment.
The apartment, because they're going to
Yes.
turn the apartment into a nightclub, but they're going to turn this up into the nightclub. That's what, that's what the
Yes.
kids be saying.
Yeah.
They can't afford apartments, the kids anyway, so it doesn't matter.
No.
But yes, I like that song a lot. So it's Wednesday morning, Johnny's house, 9:21. It's cold, y'all. It's going to be 58 for your high today. It's going to be windy, so it's going to feel a little colder than that. I think it's still hovering in the mid 40s. And then tonight going to be even colder, so it's going to drop down into the 30s in some areas. So while we were out on vacation, the company said, you know what, let's make the iHeartRadio app even better. So they dropped a kind of an update on it. So if you haven't updated your app, you totally should. And if you haven't downloaded the iHeartRadio app, hello. You need to jump on and do that. They took everything that you have in your car radio, basically, and they put it on the app. So it makes it so much easier to navigate. So some of the cool features they added is presets.
Yeah, I love that.
Super cool, because a lot of times back in the day, and on the other apps that you might use for your podcast, you want to listen to something, but then you have to go back into the search for it to find it again, and then it pops up, and then you go, and then when you're like, okay, I'm done with this, I want to go back to something else, you got to search again. So now with the iHeart app, you got 15 presets across the top, so you can set your presets. And so if it's one of your favorite podcasts, if it's our podcast, or, it could be any of a gazillion podcasts we have on the app, you can set that as a preset. But then you can also do radio stations. So you can have XL as your preset. You can have Johnny's House as your preset. You can have your playlist as a preset. So now you don't have to search for anything. It's all right there across the top, which is like super easy.
And they have the lyrics.
Yes.
The lyrics now.
They
So
said-
if you want to sing along.
That was the number one requested thing that people wanted.
I love it. I
Yeah.
love that
Yeah.
feature. Because if you're always like, what the heck are they saying? Like that
Yeah.
whatever that APT song, you could go back and like look at the lyrics.
Yes. I don't know how they would spell that on the lyrics, but I'll check it out. today.
APT.
Do they? Is that how they
Yes,
spell it?
yeah.
So yeah, we're the only digital radio app with lyrics. So you could do your own little karaoke party in the car. They have this new trending thing, so you can see what other people are checking out, and then they'll see what you're checking out, so you'll know what you want to check out.
And it even
which is
shows
pretty
you
cool.
live, like in real time, live radio dials, which is really cool.
Yeah,
the
scan
scan
feature.
station.
Yeah,
I
so
love that.
If you're out of town, you can find out what's in that area just by hitting scan. It's really, really cool. So go ahead and download if you haven't done it. The free, it's still free, iHeartRadio app, and check out the new features and make sure you set us up as the preset. I think XL should be number 1, and then Johnny's House number 2.
Yeah.
And then you could throw Pride Radio up on there and the presets
Yeah.
array. You could throw throwbacks up on there for me, because I do afternoons on our national throwback platform, Magic 107.7. All those, you can throw those up there
Listen to us all day.
on your presets.
go.
You'll never have to not hear us ever.
That'd be fun.
You can live like my wife. I'm always there. Always.
I bet she loves that.
Always there. Johnny's not in today, if you haven't noticed. And I thought about not doing it because I feel like Johnny is the voice of reason and the one who completes this the best. But it is Wednesday. And according to the research, y'all said this is what y'all want to hear all the time, adult conversation. So we decided to do it anyway. So I'm going to have to play the role of Johnny and police things a little bit.
Somebody has to be the adult, because usually, like you said, things go off rails and it's because of you and I.
Right. Well, I know. So I can't be my normal me. I got to be a little me mixed with Johnny and keep you from saying things you ain't supposed to say.
That's fine.
So adult conversation, a lot of people do a look back, a retrospective once you get into the new year. So I want you to look back at your 2024 and how would you rate your year at the movies in 2024? And do you have any resolutions or intentions, as we called them this week, for your movies in 2025? All right, Ray, I'll let you get started.
Okay, so are we doing from like a scale from 1 to 10? Is that what we're doing?
However you want to do it. I mean, you could rate it 1 to 10. You could,
5 stars.
Give a quick synopsis, whatever you'd like to do.
Okay.
Just kind of a look back at your 2024 at the movies.
Okay, so actually I'll do A, B, C, D, F.
Okay.
Like a grading scale.
Okay,
I
so
like
that's what we'll go with.
Okay, so I would say that my movie going experiences for 2024 were A minus.
Okay.
Oh, minus. I thought you were going to go plus.
I'm going to say A minus because I was very satisfied with the outcome of the grade.
Okay, well, why minus then?
Because I want more.
Okay. So you want to give yourself room to grow.
So my intentions are to go to an A plus this year.
Gotcha.
Maybe get some extra.
Okay, let's see. Here's where I got to step in and say, I got your point. Okay.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, I want more of it. And I feel like last year I was getting more comfortable. So it was like great. So A-. And now we're going to go for an A+ this year.
Room to grow.
Yeah.
I like it.
So like, just to kind of keep it PG-ish.
Yes, please.
So when you say you want more, does that mean like more consistency per week, more tricks in
all of
the
it.
movies? Okay.
All of it.
All right.
More of everything.
Okay.
Just more.
All of it.
Just
Got
more.
Got it.
Cool.
Narice, now you're not in a set relationship as
No.
like Ray would be. So
Yeah.
what would you say your year at the movies in 2024?
I would give it like a B-.
Okay.
Yeah, a B- because with the B, like the strong B, I itched that scratch when it was needed.
What? You probably shouldn't use that for this segment.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say it. I'm trying to be
When you talk about going to the
PG-13.
movies, you don't want to
We're gonna-
itch.
We're
Nothing
gonna,
should be itching.
but you know what I mean, though. Like
When you got the itch, you scratched it.
yes, there we go.
But you don't want to get the itch from the movies.
yeah, no,
Okay.
That's
no,
a bad
no,
thing.
no, not
That'd
to
be a
be
D
like
minus F level.
no,
if you
for
did
sure.
that.
No, not to be quite
Yeah.
literal about that. No, but I, was dating and finding what I could, and I would be
Scrounging around where
just,
I can. I'm a
what I could.
scavenger.
Yeah,
Dumpster
just
diving here and
dating,
there.
just dating or
I
whatever.
mean, literally dumpster diving on a few of them.
But it's like, technically speaking, but in a sense, I was trying to do the whole dating thing, but I really wasn't like focused on the whole, like,
Right.
oh, this is it. No, I was just having fun. I was being single.
Okay.
And I'm not going to lie, like near the end of the year, there was a consistency that was kind of making me, okay, you know what? I need to take a break for a second.
Oh, okay.
Right. I took a little bit of a break, and
Sometimes
the
that's
end of
good.
the year was looking a little different. I was like, okay,
So the intentions for 2025 would be
to keep taking a break,
okay,
if you
so
will.
slow roll it.
Yeah,
Right.
because
Right.
there.
Well, just stay out of the dumpsters.
Yeah. I think there is a
That's a good point.
potential happening. We'll see
Okay,
what happens
good.
because
that's
trying
good.
to turn into an A+ here.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right, Brian,
Well, for me, I would,
the old married fella
Yeah.
that you are.
So I'm gonna go with. So here's the thing. There are parts of the year that were A+, baby.
Okay.
Okay.
My 36 hours in Nashville. Oh,
Oh yeah.
I can't.
That's my girl.
I have some help. But then there are also stretches where life happens. You get busy. Like when you got a household to run. Both of us running crazy. Sometimes it kind of falls off a little bit.
Mhm.
So I would say overall, the A+ drug up the average. So I'm gonna say a solid B+, maybe an A.
Okay.
Okay.
So my intentions this year is to get back to Nashville, baby. So
I can't. It's like that's all it takes. Let's go to Nashville, baby.
All right.
Let's go to Nashville.
407-919-1067, 877-919-1067, 41067 on the XL mobile, powered by attorney Dan Newland. Just drop it in there and hit send. We don't do it on the social media here because y'all get dirtier.
No,
So,
yeah.
not gonna do
I
that. but
can't.
if you want to jump on the YouTube and watch the show and the uncomfortable looks on everyone's faces, you could do that and let us know there. What would you say your retrospective year at the movies in 2024, and what are your intentions for 2025? Adult conversation up next on Johnny's House. Orlando's #1 hit music station, XL 1067. Wednesday morning, you are listening to Johnny's House. Man, there's some crazy stuff on the internet.
What is happening? I'm so lost. I'm hurting a little bit. Uncomfortable is the word.
I don't know. It's wild. I don't know. I don't know. If you're in the live stream right now, if you're not, you should go check it out. But if you're in the live stream right now, you know what's going on. I don't want to put too much attention that direction. So whatever.
Okay.
Unfortunately, now we're talking about adult conversation, which is probably just going to fan the flames of the crazy, but whatever.
Yeah.
It is what it is. We got to finish our show. So talking about adult conversation. Oh, and so I can't even really explain it, but they're far behind, so they haven't even heard the beginning of it yet. So it's about to get real wild over there in Crazy Town. But anyway, adult conversation, grown folks talking. Well, we do it in code, so you don't have to worry about the kids find out what we're talking about. Talking about going to the movies and your year in the movies in 2024 and kind of what you're looking to do in 2025. We decided to go with the ABCDEF grade scale for 2024. Then if you got some plans or intentions for 2025, we'd like to hear those. Veronica, good morning.
Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Well, it just took a left at the Crazy Town around here. But other than that, we're good.
Good. So my 2024 movie started at the beginning of 2024. I kind of saw a couple of B movies with a couple other moviegoers. Nothing to write home about, you know.
Okay.
But at the end of 2024, it took a turn for the better. It turned into an A, or at least an A plus maybe, because I got reconnected with a moviegoer that I was married to.
Oh.
So at the end of 2024, me and my old moviegoer are back together, and we're seeing A plus movies every day.
Okay.
And going to continue in 25, 26, and 27.
Oh my gosh. Like
Good
wedding
for
bells kind of thing
you.
again, or what? Y'all looking at wedding bells again?
Yeah, we're completely reconciled. So everything is good to go, and I get to see the movies with the same person forever. So reconciling with the wife.
Love
Right
that.
on. That is
Good for
awesome.
you.
That's like a Hallmark movie.
Yeah.
It is.
I mean, it's probably a little too dirty for a Hallmark movie, but the idea of it is like a Hallmark movie.
Yeah.
So that is awesome. Well,
Yep.
congratulations. Hopefully you get them A plus for the rest of the year and next year and the year after that and the year after that.
It's not about totally the movie. It's about who you see it with, too. So
Yeah, no.
an A plus.
Of course. Yeah, definitely the participants, the actors/actresses are important as well.
Correct.
For
And the
sure.
plot line and location is important.
All of it. Well,
All of it.
Congratulations, Veronica.
Thank you so much. Y'all have a wonderful rest of your day.
You too. Now she over here bragging. I'm an A plus last year, A plus next year, A plus for the next 5-10 years, blah, 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 blah. That's a goal to have. That's an intention. Sean, good morning.
Good morning. How's everybody?
Good. How you doing?
It's fantastic. I know I'm going to get some flack from the live stream, but I give myself like a solid B minus for the year.
Okay.
Okay. Why?
Well, I got voted like biggest flirt in the last weekend, so that might help everybody out.
Oh.
Okay.
Yes, you did,
I
Sean.
did a couple foreign films this past year, and yeah, it was definitely something I need to dabble into in 2025.
Oh, okay. So you're going to be a little more diverse in 2025. That's your intentions.
Yeah, you don't have to go see the same Hallmark movies all the time. You can definitely change it up through the foreign films.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's a good way to put it.
I like that.
Oh, you're saying foreign films.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't always got to be the releases that are here, right? Sometimes those imports are nice.
Yeah, sometimes you got to visit the ones that are just limited releases.
Okay.
There you go. I like the way you put that. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, diversity in 2025. You.
That's right. You guys have a good one.
You
You
work towards
too.
that, Sean. Thanks for calling. On the XL Mobile, powered by Attorney Dan Newland. Interact, need to check. It's a no-brainer. Call Attorney Dan Newland. Someone said it was going as a C. They had a baby at the beginning of the year and no intentions of going to the movie. So, okay, well, you know what? You have those years when you have kids. It just changes the way
Absolutely.
I've heard,
the whole trajectory goes. Someone else said they give themselves an A minus just to give themselves room to grow. But being married 13 years, A minus is pretty solid.
It is good.
My wife and I are going on 20 years this year. So,
I mean, and that's great that you're at a B.
right. And then someone said, hey, my wife is a 4D movie.
Oh,
I don't know what that means, but okay. And someone said they give themselves an A plus, like themselves an A plus. It's self-care type situation.
Oh.
Okay.
I mean,
Anything
if
on
you
the,
can't satisfy yourself, I don't know.
anything on the live stream? Well, sometimes you don't know what you want, right?
I mean, okay, all right, we're not going to go there.
Anything on the live stream you can read?
It's just some people with A+ and some weird stuff happening.
Yeah, there's some weird stuff happening on the live stream if you want to jump over there and check that out on YouTube. So, all right, well, this went sideways quick. Good thing the show is coming to an end. So
Oh my gosh.
we will come back and get out of here. It's 9:46. XL 1067 Wednesday morning. You are listening to Johnny's House. It's going to be a cold one today. High of 58 right now. It looks like it's 47 according to Fox 35, and it's time for us to roll up out of here. Ray, what you got going on other than being creeped out all day?
Probably go talk with the boss for a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
People are weird, man.
Seriously, I wish I had.
And I wish I could
today.
explain it. If you're in the live stream now, you probably got a little bit of hint of what's going on. If you're not, go check it out. It's on YouTube. You can watch the show anytime. And unfortunately, we can't really control who watches the show at any time. So sometimes you get, what you get.
There. I'm not going to tell you what I'm doing today. How about that? I'm going to leave.
I
I'm going to keep it private.
Probably a good idea.
I'm going to keep it private.
If you don't do that today. Just have security walk you to your car and be done with it.
We'll be good.
All right. Yeah, good idea. Nerese, what you got going on?
I mean, I got my job number 2 today, so I'm going to go ahead and work on that and then just take it easy for the rest of the day after that. Still kind of weirded out for you, but Anyway, but I do want to mention that we do have a brand new restaurant that's opening up in Kissimmee. The Great Greek Mediterranean Grill is now open in celebration. They've got availability for dine-in, pickup, catering, delivery, and they've got great authentic ingredients with bold flavors of recipes that's been passed down for generations. So you don't want to miss out, especially if you're a big Mediterranean fan like me. And today I will be posting up on Instagram at X1067 a giveaway contest for your chance to win a $50 gift card to the Great Greek Mediterranean Grill. So if you want to do that, make sure you're following us on Instagram at X1067 because I will do my absolute best to post that up ASAP Rocky.
All right. And of course, we mentioned it earlier today, the Johnny's House Cruise is back. So you can jump on XL1067.com and reserve your cabin. You definitely want to do that before they jack the price up. You can do it with a deposit right now. And Cupid's Undie Run, which is coming up in February. Our team is looking sadly small. Now, we just started it yesterday, so I know it's going to grow, but you need to go ahead and join our team. It's for a great cause, and it's just basically a day of day drinking with a little mini, if you decide to run in between, and then a little bit more day drinking.
Help to raise some money for neurofibromatosis.
All right, go check that out. So I got some radio shows to work on. Other than that, Ryan Seacrest's going to hand this thing over, and if Johnny feels a little bit better, hopefully we'll be back, and we'll see you on tomorrow. All right, our show's over, so I can jump in and talk to you guys. Yeah, we've done that route. Like, you can't really ban anybody on YouTube. All you got to do is create a new username. So, like, you really don't get anywhere with it. So whatever. Yeah, I only looked over for like 2 seconds just to see what it was. I obviously can't listen to him while I'm doing a radio show. I did catch, it's funny because he thought he destroyed the show, but really, our show's over. So, and we talk to a couple 100,000 people a day, so whatever. But anyway, that's the fun thing about the internet. You never know what you're going to catch. Yeah, no, we got it. We took care of her. We're cool. Hey, but send me that information that you found, just so I have it. Like, email it to me. Side note, I thought we did okay without Johnny today. I wasn't prepared to jump in. It's so weird because I do radio shows all day on other stations and stuff, but I don't really host like our group show. And then I always feel like I don't want to crash Johnny's car. So. Yeah, so it's a weird situation because on the air, you don't want to explain what's really happening. No offense on such a small group of people to the mass group of people, because there's no point in shining light in that direction. At the same time, it is odd to the people that aren't watching to kind of understand something's going sideways. So I was in a weird situation of trying to explain that things are going sideways without saying exactly what was going on, because that doesn't really benefit anybody. So well, actually it only benefits one person, and why would we want to do that? So, all right, because I had other things to do today, I now have to get back to my actual things I got to do today. So, and I won't be here all day working on the live stream because we figured it out. My whack ass computer ain't strong enough to do what I need to do. Yeah, no, I mean, I get it. Like, whatever. Yeah, go ahead and email me. Just remind me what it's for, and that way I got it just in case. I don't think anything's an issue. We've already contacted who we need to contact on our end as far as security goes, but I don't think it's going to be an issue. But it'd be nice to have. All right, y'all. Peace out. Check out my son's podcast, Dude Problems. He actually, we did an air check yesterday for him to be on the air overnights, and it wasn't bad, honestly. I don't think he's ready where they're going to let him be on the air yet, but it wasn't bad. I was, ain't no worse than what I did when I first started. Only problem when I first started, you couldn't fix any mistakes. It was live. Like now, at least you can record. So, but hopefully he'll be on overnights sometime. I'll make sure I let you guys know if he lands an overnight night. But check out his podcast, Dude Problems, and join our Cupid's Undie Run team if you haven't already. It's gonna be fun. I'm not drinking this year. Apparently, last year I threatened to beat up a DJ, and now I can't live that down. So. Oh, no, I'm still going to Wally's. I have a plan, which I'm sure is how all sideways stories start, is I have a plan. So, and I am committing to getting back on my Talking to Myself podcast. I'll explain in the first episode that I'm going to record, maybe even today, why it is that I am apprehensive about recording episodes. I'll be as transparent as I can be anyway. So anyway, peace out. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.